Namaskar, good morning, good day to everybody all over the world and including India, Bharat, my friends on Facebook, on LinkedIn, on Twitter, and all over structuring as far of India. Wherever you are, this is Suraj Singh speaking from Bharat, India, Faridabad on this day, 26th of June 2020. Another day of life. Of course, what life you can say now? No life. Lifeless life you can say now. Lifeless life due to COVID-19, and we have discussed subjects like COVID-19 topic and all other issues related to management or organization, related to concrete, related to FIDIC, or whatsoever comes in our mind. We see how it happens, how we are doing, how we should do, madness in world going on, and what's going on is sometimes not feasible, sometimes not digestible. So I can say, dear friends, life is actually, you may say life is moving, what I you say life is not moving, life is standstill. But life is standstill because of COVID-19, SARS, severe acute respiratory syndromes. COVID-19 has stopped all life. Actually speaking, stopped life, but we want to move this life against wishes of COVID-19. COVID-19 what thinks we don't think, and what we think COVID-19 doesn't think. Our thinking got no value because of COVID-19. So COVID-19 has reached public of world to madness to some extent, I can say. Uncertain future and certain problems. Uncertain future and certain problems, we should say, which COVID is giving to everybody. What I thought before, few years before that, people all over the world are intelligent, and I used to think that I am not intelligent, of course. But it seems that intelligence does not depend upon location where you stay in world. It's understood now. It doesn't mean from which country you are. It doesn't mean from which society you are. It doesn't mean from what culture you are. Intelligence does not depend upon any of these factors. Intelligence depends upon your own. It depends on what you are actually, what individual is. Individual is because individual is independent by once individual becomes a part of a group. Independence is lost. It's lost to some extent. It may be 20%, 30%, and in one time it is 100%. So when you are a part of big group, your individual value goes away and group value works. Like it happens in mob, nobody cares and everybody plays in mob, and nobody is held responsible because mob is mob. Same way group is group. Whatever you do, you are not responsible for it, everybody is responsible for that. So what I'm saying is, COVID-19 is working very hard, it's working very efficiently, but people are not understanding this. What's happening around the world is unfortunate though. Unfortunate in a sense that what's happening, you go to see England, what's happening there. Thousands and thousands of people are going to beaches, going to this as to celebrate picnic, to have sun bath. I don't understand minds of those people. After all, they are young, only youngs will go there, youth will go there. Yes, sunbath important. The experts also say it's important, but life and health are more important than sunbath. If I just read one news that so many tons of plastic waste was thrown there on one beach. Tons of plastics. You see what does it mean? You are gathering on beaches. You are enjoying. You want to enjoy life, as if you have done a lot in your life and you want now to enjoy. Actually, we have been enjoying life only and doing nothing else. There's no struggle. There's no struggle by youth. There is no okay. Everybody wants job, and you got jobs. Your struggle is only job. Then I can't say anything. I should not say every day what COVID says, but it does not say. But I would say conduct of people in this time of COVID-19 runner, COVID-19 jumper, COVID-19 excavator, COVID-19 fire tender. I would say it is everything. What I say, COVID-19 is your boss. You have to agree this, and if you don't agree, it doesn't make a difference. You agree or don't agree, boss remains boss. Boss, in a sense, it is ruling over you. You are not able to do something on this, and you can't do anything. You see, it's all beyond your control. Try do something. You will not get anything. Message of God is clear. I am going to teach you a lesson, and you are not ready to learn. And when you do not learn, what teacher does? Teacher beats the students or punishes them. So teachers will certainly punish you. I have seen that photograph of beach from England. Unfortunate it is that those people who are supposed to be very intelligent in the world, English people, now they have lost intelligence levels. They are not those English people who used to be in the past. They are not those English people who discovered so many scientific formula. They are different people. They are enjoying people. They are youth. They just want to enjoy their life. They know COVID-19 is working. They know dangers existing. They know everything is happening. There are warnings from WHO. There's warnings from everywhere. But no value of any rules, no value of anything, no social distancing, no personal care, no PPEs. So what you can call those people? I don't have any word for that. I leave it to you what you decide about me. It's not only in England, I'm just giving an example of that, because whatever news I could go through, I'm just telling that. It's happening everywhere, all over the world. People are not listening, and that's going to harm them only, no one else. I don't say penalty doesn't mean anything. Penalty doesn't solve problem. Problem has to solve by people. Means if people cannot solve the problem, they are responsible, no one else. And I've seen people also here in my country. No difference, means nobody wants to take care but why should I tell someone you take your care? Why? What's I have to get from them? Everybody is required to take its care. This is character, this is personality of every person. If you don't take your care, means you are first person who take your care. Why you expect somebody should tell you? Means you are so careless, means you are not human being, you are an animal. So if English people like that, what should I say to others? In cases are rising, it's around 1 crore people have been infected so far according to official information, and unofficial information many times of that. So why don't you understand? I'm saying also one thing, that I'm confirming nobody is going to die in this world, because dying person is too small. It's about 0.5 to 1% or not more than that. So only those who are already sick, they may have a chance to die, like diabetic people, or second reference is diabetic people, or obesity people, or those people who are having hypertension, or those people having some other kinds of chronic disease can't be handled, can't be taken care of, but COVID would kill them. It's hardly 0.5 to 1% people. Now you can see all over the world means how many people have been infected. Around 1 crore people have been infected officially, and how many have died? Not that much. Few lakhs have died only. So it's not that percentage of means death is not a point here. Point here is precautionary measures, because COVID-19 is going to harm your fertility rate in the future. It's going to harm your mental power. It's going to harm your body power. It's going to harm some lungs. It's going to harm means. It's not simply saying I'm recovered now. I'm no problem. Nobody can recover from this because there's no recovery. Medicine, no injection. So you can be given some medicine that increases, augments your immunity levels. I mean, you can considerably are more stronger for a couple of months. It's not forever. I just also read one news that there's only 2 or 3 months power of that is given to you during 14 or 21 days of isolation. So called, they call it quarantine. I'm calling isolation quarantine. Is those who are not sick. So I'm saying is that people should take their care. They should not forget that this is body and this is mind. And this means certainly even if you are not sick, your mind has been affected by depression. Your mind has been affected by something. You have been in room for 2 or 3 months and you could not digest. You have no habit of isolation in your life. You had never seen such circumstances that you are going to be in room self-locked. So when you're self-locked, you are not busy, and that's a problem for everybody who's not busy. When you're in isolation, you know the work to do, you have to do something which you can learn in life. That's the point. You can say you have to prepare for future, and that's only time given to you by allowance of God. At this time I give 2-3 months, but you wasted that time. That's the problem. You're anxious now. You don't know what to do. Jobs are going out of hands. You have problems. You have to pay installments. You have to so many work has problems. In future, you're going to face certainly problems, and companies are closing. Jobs are halved. All countries are unemployed. People, millions of people are employed, and maybe more. Because this economy is continuous. Not one. It's not one company dependent. It's not one state dependent. It's every economy all over the world have failed, have collapsed. U.S. economy collapsed, Russia economy collapsed, Gulf economy collapsed, China economy collapsed. Many other countries' economies have completely crumbled. And those to call them a superpower, no superpower is declared now. Declared or not declared, understood that they are not superpower. They say only the boost only, and boosting is not enough. What I am saying, my dear friends, don't get foolish yourself. I am telling English youth, you are supposed to be brilliant one, but you are not. You have no difference than what my youth think in my country. You are only mindless youth, mindless efforts. Why you do that? You have just in one day produced so many tons of plastics. So what for? Will you eat that? During this corona, during COVID itself, thousands of tons of plastic has been produced because of disposal of masks, because of plastics, packages, because metals are delivered, articles are delivered home and packaged. Weight of that item is not that much, the weight of packages. So you are adding to pollution. Certainly you are contributed to pollution, and this is your fault, your mistake, and nature certainly teach a lesson. So I'm not accusing anybody, but I'm just referring to news I'm gathering in. And I will also see what these Gulf countries are taking chances. Yesterday I heard that Saudi Arab and UAE, and like others would say and have said that those their immigrants who are working there now in their countries due to COVID, they should not come back till these countries declare they are COVID free or corona free. This means they are taking the chance. COVID is not going to be free in coming 5 years, I'm sure. It's not going to be free. People are not understanding this point. This is not that type of person. It's just for 2 or 3 or 4 months. It's going to stay for a long time. So this means your jobs are over, it seems. And these nations which are going, they think that in 2 or 3 months COVID will go away, but they are wrong, mistaken. Until we do not know this, what this disease is, its origin, how it came, what's the procedure, how it's affected our works. We don't think about that, how we can say that it's going to go in 2 months or 3 months or 4 months or 5 months or 6 months or even 1 year. It's not going to like that, because in unexpected, its behavior is unexpected, its conduct is unexpected, its works is unexpected. You cannot say what it works the way it works. Because scientists are not sure, and teachers are professors are not sure. Nobody is sure of this. So how can we say that it's going to work like that? Well, I'm not discussing anybody. What I would say that if you think at this point of time only for economy, then you will lose everything. Economy is whatever it is, and you can't change that. But you can help people. They are opening, they are allowing everything now, as in people have not seen and see what's happening. People got anxiety and anxiety. When you are anxiety, you're anxious, you break rules and everything. So this is what I want to talk to you about COVID-19. I'm not going to talk much on that now, because everybody knows of this, and why waste time on that? And even if I talk, nobody is going to listen. That's not the problem, because whatever I personally tell people here when I'm leading that, use mask but they don't listen. There's a temple, I'm sitting here, when they come to temple, I tell them, why are you obviously mask, we are spectacle. They do as if why am I scolding them? It's not a question of scolding. It's a question of instruction. Why don't you follow this? You are spreading this disease here in my home, my area. Why? If you can't, don't come here. Don't come to this area. Stay at home and do what you want to do. That was the purpose of this, and I think I can only advise, suggest. I can't do for them. They have to. Everybody has to stay up. Everybody has to take care. COVID is not going to kill you, we know that, but COVID is going to affect you in your mind, in your fertility power, in your physical power, in your lungs, in every part of your body. It can cause defects in future. Therefore, save yourself, save others, and save environment. I show 3 points. You have to save environment as well. That's very important, because if you don't save environment, you are going to earn another problem. So I should thank you very much for listening to COVID-19 minor issue. I jump onto my other talks and I take this my system out, because this was only indicative, nothing else to do with that. And I'm saying that I'm going to talk of management as usual. We'll jump onto project management, organization, total quality system. That's valuable system. Quality these days I'm finding on webinars, many webinars being conducted daily. I also just participate in some webinars as audience and as question raisers, but this system of webinar has started because face-to-face seminars aren't possible these days due to COVID-19. You have to keep off, and I think it's going to generate a system of cloud-based webinars in coming times. So the system, rather than gathering around place in congress or seminar or some workshop like that, means all you have to do online rather than just like webinar, seminar, some Zoom meets or something like this. You have to depend on them for this purpose, for social making, for thinking, intelligence things, all that. But they should be productive. It should not be them just formality. I don't know formality means. You have to explain something to others so that those who attend or those who say a part of audience, they must get something. If they don't get anything, there's no meaning of these seminars. Just as a formality like before it was. Now there is high speakers themselves without inviting the pupils or something. It means already rights of audience is being affected, because you are selecting speakers your way, you are selecting parties in your way, no invitation of maybe or something. So that's an loss to general people audience. I'm just talking of those on behalf of audience, because it is right to the idea you conduct your own seminar. You can conduct in this time, and then I'm talking about after this management. I take up concrete issue, and if possible after that, I'll take up then FIDIC issue. This is tentative indicative program and nothing else. So I'll just jump to management organization as usual. Very important point on which depends everything. And as usual, I say organization. Everybody is organized, but see what's happening now. People are not organized. Public is organized. It's happening. I was yesterday very surprised when I got one news from Egypt. Egypt mentioned that one wife was infected by COVID, corona, and that husband of wife threw her from 5th story. But what a tragic, people can't digest this. Means you throw your wife. See what sense of people is really. Sometimes it is pity to listen to such news. Means you are so unhappy with your woman, or you could not even digest her. Everybody can get. Everybody can have COVID. It's not you can avoid that. Rather than being human, you act like animal. So this is something very unpleasant. Such people are everywhere. They are available all over the world. I should also in my country, all country people like that. This is happening in Britain now, UK now. What's happening? Unacceptable means you don't care for lives of yours and lives of others. So that's the problem of humanity. So that's why I'm saying management is linked to humanity, and humanity is linked to social society. So everything is organization. Without individual organization, group cannot move, and without group organization, institution cannot move, and without institutional organizations, nations or states cannot move. That's my point. Means I don't know what to talk about organization, because you understand what is organization, but my understanding is entirely different. I want to say it should be constructive one, should be concrete one, positive one. It should not showpiece only. We are organization, we are organizing this, It's not for advertisement alone. Now see what we are this, we are society, we are this, we are that, we are doing this, we are doing that. That publicity stunt is not going to give any result except that you are commercializing yourself. Questioning of commercialization. Commercialization, last part of your achievement, but you had to achieve first. Commercial is money angle, it's not real angle. Yes, you have to be, I'm not saying to be commercial are required at end, but where you reach commercial point, near that point and start of your work or conduct means something, means organize itself says just like body has many organs, you can see. Same thing, every act has organs, every system has organs, every systems have organs, and group of systems organs, companies have organizations organs, everyone has organs, and that organ should work correctly. How it can correctly, we have to be very careful about that. We have one organ, everybody has that organ, and that's called mind or brain. That is small piece on our body which rules everything of my individuality, your individuality. That's very important. We have to understand that first. If we can't understand our mind, we can't understand anything. Where how much qualified you are, it doesn't matter until you understand yourself. You can self-read yourself. Mind, why mind is there? First question, why is mind there? What was necessity of mind to be a top part of this body? This part we have to understand, we have to realize, we have to analyze. Suppose there is no mind, what shall we do? What shall be the difference between you and a dog? Even dog has mind, cat has mind. They of course think something, not to that extent a human can think, but they too think this, they have got some piece of mind. Why do I have mind? That's my question. Management or organization question, why do I have mind? Can I answer this question? Can you answer this question? It's a very small question, very simple question. Why do I have mind? I think answer is there, but everybody will give different answers. First thing we say mind or brain. Brain is a structure of mind, and mind is working of brain. But who operates it? That's also another question. If I have something, it must be operated by someone. Who is the operator there? And if somebody is operator, what's fuel there? Let us say there is some carburetor, some radiator in my mind. It's a car, let us suppose it's a car. It's working. Where's fuel coming from? Who is controlling its software? All those points would come into mind if we calculate mind and consider mind as a unit. Let us say there are 8 billion people in the world, and this means there are 8 billion people, human minds. There are creatures in the world, means crores of creatures in the world, on ground, underwater, everywhere. This means so many brains are of course there. Of course small, not like human being. So if my brain is there, why I have and how can I use it? What's best way to use it? And for what I use it? That's my point of view. If I understand that point of view, I understand my self-education. Education starts from your own. It does not start from school or university. It starts when your mother is your teacher, your father is your teacher, when your friends are your teacher, your society is your teacher, and on top of that, you are your own teacher. Everybody understands what is good, what is bad, what is positive, what is negative. We select out of that and we decide that, well, let me do that. If you think your mother says, no, don't do that. She teaches you what's right, what's wrong. Similarly, your father says, don't do that. He also teaches you. But what do you teach yourself? That's important. Because your father, your mother, your teacher, your sister, so everybody can give you some input, feed, not everything. You have collection of all those messages, all the indications, all those signs. You are having stories of that, and also pre-birth program there would be in your mind which you do not know and do not know. That must be extracted out, and when you extract out, you really find what you are. Because that program is there for continuity purpose, for a purpose that in that time you did this. Now you keep programming. When this file opens of this program, when it starts working, your mind window works and you'll get something. You'll get a welcome message there. You are this, now you have to do that. This is your future or coming time program. It automatically comes in without any sound, voice, without any written message. It's a feeling message, a sentimental message, mental message, you can say, of a super mental message whatever you can call this. So mental is not a wrong word here. It's a no a verbatim word. It's a verb here. Use of mind is called mental state. It doesn't mean bad mind. It means mental, means you are related to mind. So don't take it otherwise. When I am saying mental, it doesn't mean mind bad. It means power of mind. We say this mind, this person is mental. It doesn't mean this person is fool. This means this person is having power of mind, energy of mind, use of mind. So when I say mind, it's my first leader for me. When I talk of mind, my mind, when you talk of your mind, that's point where you start your power of education. Because your mind is telling everything all time, 24 hours. Even in sleep, your mind is telling you. When you are not sleeping, your mind is telling you what you watch on road, when you walk, when you read, when you do something, your mind is telling you what is this through eyes. Eyes are cameras and your mind is getting messages from that. So your organ is already there. Mind organ, function of mind, eyes organ, function of eyes, nose organ, function of nose, mouth organ, function of lips and tongue, and then further bottom body organ. Different arms are having functions, legs are having functions, feet are having functions, chest is having functions, heart is having functions, lungs are having functions, hips are having functions, organs are having functions, and everyone is having allotment of work. This means mind is not alone. Mind, I'm not talking medical language, listen, I'm talking something else. Mind is not alone. This means mind is part of organization of this body. But without mind, body cannot live. This means mind is exclusive organ to rule. Mind is ruler of my body. When my mind works, I understand it's working because I'm thinking. And when I'm thinking, I'm doing something. That is what real organization is. And when you understand this point, you can understand every organization. Once you realize that you are itself an organization, there is no need of any organization. In fact, we cannot read ourselves, we cannot analyze ourselves, we cannot decide what we are, and their problem lies here. Once you start thinking of yourself through mind, not through heart, remember, two stages of thinking are there. Everybody has got domination of mind, or domination of conscience, or domination of heart, or domination of whatever you sense, sentiments. Sentiments are always heavier, remember. Sentiments are always heavier on your mental state. That's natural, because mental state means you have to think, you have to work, you have to be busy in that thinking, and that stresses you. While if you think of emotional world, if you stay in emotions, sentiments, you are not that much stressed. You may be having tension, but different digestible tension. But you have tension generated through mind, that's powerful tension, and that's powerful compression also, because your mind tension is automatically converted to compression because of work of mind is like that. There's a circle, there's a sphere on your head. That sphere is having all files collected from all areas of your life. So if you understand your value of mind, if you think your mind is powerful, 80% problems of your life you will lose. You won't have those problems, because your mind shall become so active. Those problems will dissolve into your mind. You may say there was a problem, your mind thought you got a solution, and solution give a positive answer, and you use that answer for something else as well. So that negativism, that negative, or you can say that risk factor, transforms to new thinking, new opportunity. That's called energy transformation. Because if you say what is mind, I would say it's a source of energy for me, and this is not means temporary energy, it is persistent energy. It keeps on coming in, I am using that, then it goes out into recycling or recirculation, then comes back to me, and it keeps on coming to me when I require this. This point, if we understand, we can solve our body problem. I am not saying medical problem, I am saying body problem. Because my body and your body and everybody's body works because of mental energy, not because of. That is one major factor. If my mind remains active, my body remains active, remember. If my mind is sleeping, my body is sleeping. I am not talking physical sleep. I am talking awareness sleep. Even in awareness you can sleep, or during sleeping also you can be aware. That depends upon you. Because sleep is a required but not that big requirement. If you sleep 4 hours a day, 5 hours a day, that's enough. If you are really asleep. Because when you are not working, in fact you are sleeping, you are not, you're not busy, your mind is not busy, you're just sitting idle, that's also a kind of rest. That's a kind of sleepless sleep. So we have to say, what about mind? And my question is again same. If I ask this question to billions of people, there shall be billions of answers or no answer. Because it's not easy to get answer from some hypothetical question, from some skeptical question which I am making. It may be skeptical for someone, for you. It's a real question because your life depends on your mind. What your mind is. Mind is devil and mind is God. Remember. Mind is devil and mind is God. If mind thinks you want to kill someone and mind concentrates on them, you will kill someone. The mind says, no, you have to do good for someone, and if you get that point, digest it, and you keep that in mind, I have to do good for someone, you will certainly do good for someone. That's called real organization. Organ, mind is an organ. Biggest organ of body. If you even keep size of mind, you can measure it. You can measure square, if you just take a section here, you will find some circular elliptical size. You take a section at nose, you will find small. You take nose here is some section. You take section of my hand, arm, here, section, I'm just cut and see what it is. It's mind biggest one. So we have to see world through mind. Of course, my eyes are there attached to mind. My eyes tell me. My mind can see directly. It's secret. It says my eyes are CCTV for my mind. It says, let me see what is outside. That makes you a picture, and I'll see what's happening. And if your mind is controlled, you control your mind. I mean, you control your mind. Don't let someone else control it. If you can control your mind, you have controlled your organ. You have controlled your organization. Your organization, not somebody else's organization. And this organization is real organization. Try it. Mind is vista, widest, broad. No one can say how far can you reach with this mind. You can't even know. Reason? Everybody sees dream. You enjoy dream when you sleep, but you can't say what those dreams were. Where were you that time? Somewhere you were in this universe, but you do not know. I was sleeping. I just saw myself in that dream. This was happening. I don't know what happened after that. And your eyes open. Understand that point. It's not psychology. It's not spirituality. It is reality of science of mind, science of body. And don't say this is related to imagination, because the mind is there. This is a fact. This is well-known fact. Your mind is with you. You can't cut your mind. You can't see what is in that. You can use your mind freely. And remember, it is complicated too much in design. Its physical structure is very complicated. Its composition inside is very complicated. Even, I think, real secret of mind is unknown. I am just talking not because I want to tell you what mind is or what, or I want to draw your attention to something else which I have done somewhere else. You can see my other videos regarding applied spiritual number somewhere else. You will find different talks in that. But here I am saying to management and reference to organization. Everybody has a right to organize. Everybody. From childhood till death you have a right to organize. You organize when you are in schooling, you are there are 2 or 3 friends in your class. You stay together, you walk together, you go home together, you study together, you enjoy together, you fight together, you have friendship together. All classes are never united, but few people are always united. Few students are united because there is a match of thinking. There's no major difference of opinion among those 3 or 4 kids, students who always keep together. So you just think that way. Is that not a part of organization? Though you have no ambition there, you are only student of whatever standard. You have a unity among yourself. We together we decide. Today we have to attend class, or no, we have to go to somewhere else, to go to play. You decide. Is those right or wrong? That's different. You decide yourself. You take unison decision. Right or not? Is that not organization? Is somebody teaching you that? Nobody is teaching you that. This means organization does not need any teaching. From that age you can say, oh, I want to play this. You say, no, I want to play. Then you start, okay, we play this. And for half an hour, 1 hour, you play and then come back. You fight together and come back, join again. That is organization. Try to understand management from there itself. Children, how they behave, how they conduct. Animals, how they behave, they conduct. Animals. When there's a voice from one dog in that area, all dogs will start crying. There's no one there to teach them, but they have in nature. One is in problem, I should also raise my voice, that I am also present, don't worry. And he tells another dog, I am there. Now third voice, I am there. And now all start crying. We are there. Is that not animals management? That's a part of management. System is already there. They know that system. Communication system. This is communication. They do not know problem for the dog, but they start crying. We do not know problems of our families, but we are together, 3, 4 students. We work together, we study together, live together. They have no knowledge about standards. They have no knowledge about what is status. They have no knowledge about what is rich or what is poor. But they 3 are there. Right? Is that not organization? That is organization. And it's not now. It's since beginning of this universe. We have many stories in our books, religious books, other books. You all know that. Krishna and Sudama relation. Both had different approach, different economy, but they were friends. They could decide. They could do right or wrong. Same thing with all historical people, all epical people. What I mean to say, don't jump to the I learn organization when I go to join MBA or I go to join college. No, you already are organized. You are organized that you have to take food at this time, you have to take your breakfast at that time, you have to get up early morning at this time, you have to get up late this time, you have to sleep at this time, you have to study at this time, you have to go to cinema at this time, you have to talk to your friend this time, you have to write this, you have to think, you have to take rest in daytime. All your schedule you are fixed. Think of what is that. That's all. Oh yes, your teachers tell you little. They teach you discipline. Your teacher, class teacher, college teacher, lecturers, professors, in your school, what they teach you discipline. What is NCC? National Cadet Corps, we used to say in our country. I have joined NCC. What does it mean? It means nothing. Unity and discipline. NCC used to teach students, you have to be united and you have to be disciplined, because discipline is system, discipline is management, discipline is organization. If you have any discipline, you don't have any discipline, you cannot do anything in life. Nothing you can. You don't have value of time. And remember, time is very valuable. You may say, oh, no problem, I'll do tomorrow, I'll do next day, I'll do next day, I'll do next day, and that next day shall not come, but you shall spoil your habit for delaying everything. Best practice is what you think, what you decide, do it. Don't wait if you have resources for that. And if you don't resources for that, you arrange resources and do it as soon as possible without waiting for what shall happen after that. And if you do that, you are best organizer. You are best organizer because you are result oriented then. Result oriented organization or failed organization or inefficient organization or systemless organization, there are so many definitions you can define. No need of any reference. If you can do that, you achieve something. means result, whatever result. So you can say, my organization should be result oriented. Question arises, you make yourself a leader in that. Decision can be right, decision can be wrong. Does not make a difference as far as you learn. Failure is also achievement. People may not say that, but failure is an achievement because there is a little difference between failure and pass. Not major difference. You got 1% lesser than pass mark, you fail, or you got 1% more than pass mark, you got pass, or you get some more marks, you get second division, you get some more marks, you get first division. When there is a competition or marathon something, what is difference between first prize and second prize and third prize and no prize? Very minor difference. It's not big, very big. Oh no. So many percent time lost. Seconds lost, only seconds lost. And those who took part, they didn't get any prize, they also did not get much bigger, maybe a little more. So what I say, don't worry about prize. Your result is your prize. If you are a result-oriented person, you will like to see a result in every activity you conduct in your life. That is called activism. That is called awareness. Do not sleep. Even if you can't do that, there is some difficulty. You will do it next day or next day by getting solved your difficulty. Because there is something which you are not able to get answer. You will think for again, and certainly you will get answer for this. Even if it's not your field, you will get some message through some source, known or unknown. That message would come to you. Result orientation is very important. Otherwise, there is no organization. You have organization, but nobody cares for its efficiency. Nobody cares for its results. Nobody analyzes on that. That organization is only in organization chart, in hierarchy, nothing else. That's not organization. That's not management. That is belief of management only. We just put in our offices. This is our organization chart. This is our this level, first level, second level, third level, fourth level. We are working here like this. Come to us like this, talk to us in this way. These are responsibilities for this key personnel, the head and all that. But what are they doing? That's important. There are management meetings, they conduct some research on this and that. What is the performance of this person, what is the performance of that person? That's only for some other person, not for making organization efficient. So first you start from yourself because you are best organization. When you do this, you are forced to think at whatever level you are. You are in a school, you are in university, you are in profession, you are somewhere else, you are in public, you are in private, you are alone, you are in group. It applies everywhere. And when you make some habit, you do not depend your teacher. Your teacher would teach you, but you start reading yourself something, just how you just to know how many percent of this lesson I can understand without support of my teacher. That is where you become a teacher yourself, part of teacher, if not full teacher. You are teaching yourself at least something, if not everything. Is thought not, you can't call it proaction, it's proaction, self-initiation. So if you are self-initiative, because you are made self-initiative, because hunger of your mind is very hungry, it wants to eat something, and that is something is knowledge. This food of your mind, and when you have a mind of such status, such caliber, you are a manager, in the born manager, you can say. You are a born manager, you are a born pragmatic, you are a born organizer. That born and certified are different. Born is unlimited. You can go to whatever extent. You have route to, you have scope, you have vista. You reach there without any assistance of someone. This is why I want to tell means you are your original organizer. Organizer means the organ itself, it says. You have organ. So when your mind works, certainly your tongue will also work. Or your eyes would work because your mind is working. Your eyes can't sleep. There's a coordination between mind organ and eyes organ. Eyes won't be sleeping because your mind is not allowing you to sleep. And even if your eyes are closed, these are watching. These are watching in vision. Maybe not from front, maybe back side. Maybe through your mental state, maybe you're neither sleeping nor awakened. There's an in-between stage and you are working there. And when your mind is working, certainly it will instruct your arms to do something. Maybe you go to find something in some book or some reference, it shall happen to you, or we keep on yourself attempting something, walk and do I want to find something. Maybe you forget hunger at that time, thirst at that time. Do you understand that point? You have to research on your own, you have to act on your own, you have to decide what you have to do, and for that you have to conduct analysis, conduct information, you have to acquire information, aspire information from whatever source available to you. Nowadays sources are many. You have internet source, you have your own source, you have books references, there are information, there are newspapers, there are so many sources are there. If you want to use them, that's up to your efficiency. Whole world is using, the whole intelligence are using that. Somebody are using them for purpose of interest only, some are using them for purpose of information only, and some are using them as asset. It's up to you. Such a freedom was not available when I was a kid. This freedom is available now. So whatever is available, use it. But at that time, there's different type of freedom. We used to be interactive together in society, in our groups, in our schools, colleges. We have to, conduct interaction, intertalk, interactivism. So it was different type of culture that time. We are not that dynamic because information was not available, media was not available, nothing available was there, no radio, no television, nothing. But now everything's available. You have no unlimited access. You can talk to cloud, you can have your software, you can work on online, you can work very well. So this is the whole expansion of medium of organizational media, you can say. It's not original, again I'm saying, it's only club of information, it's only group of information. But information is in your decision which one you want to extract. It's not in your what online says you accept that. You accept that based on your consideration whether this information is applicable, it's a valid, or whether this information is not valid. You have to decide. So what I'm saying is, my question comes again to saying, what is your mind organization? Your mind is very big one. It's having big structure. Billions of neurons it has. Don't think you are poor. Mentally nobody is poor. Use is poor. It's same thing, you have food in your plate. You don't want to eat because somebody should come and serve me into my mouth. There is only this difference. You have food in your plate. You can't take because you are lazy. You want some support. Please somebody come and help me. I want to eat it. I am not able to eat it. I can't raise my arms. I can't eat it. And this is only difference between eating and not eating. But wealth is there, food is there, source is there. You are not able to identify that. You can see that, but you cannot put it. It's same thing, you don't want to eat it. Somebody should come and help you. Don't expect somebody else and help you. Somebody else help you. You help yourself. And when you decide, another point is help yourself. You are richest person professionally, because you know everything about activity you have to do. If you delegate to someone else, that person will know only 5% or 10% what you want to do. Then that person will ask you to explain to him, instruct him what you have to do. So that person may get only 15% more, half work he do, and it comes to you. Liz, I have done this, kindly check me, and then he makes 50 mistakes in that, then they correct those mistakes. So what you do in that case, which information was for you with you, you did not act on, they give to someone at that point, that person is wasting your time. So if I say you can help self for something at least, where there is importance in your work, with this work is the highest importance, highest priority, you have to take care of that yourself. And once you take care of the first time, second time, third time, people shall take care of that, because they have to do nothing as a copy paste of that, except changing dates or something, or subject title or something. You won't have, even if such fools are there, they will change or something on that which is not required, and you have to again work on that. But sometimes there is no way, you have to use services of those people, or due to volume of work you have. So your organization should be individual oriented. If you are a part of your organization, but you are individually also oriented in your own self organization, an organization that cannot be expressed on paper, that cannot be expressed on your organization chart, that organization must be within you, concealed organization. If you are a concealer of organization, You are leader of yourself. You don't need someone else. If you have that capability, you develop in your life from beginning of your kid status. If you go on developing that, your degree, your diploma, your education, all will remain behind you, because you will teach your education also. You can go far. You become visionary. Your mind acts that way because it is trained now. You have trained your mind. What my mind you have to do? Don't wait for me. Decide and tell me what you have decided. I'll put program on you how to decide. Formula I have given you. You have just to feed in, just like you fill open cells in Excel sheet. You have to do that. That organization is individual self-organization, which is much different than others group organization. In group organization, there is no thinker and fact. There are thinkers, but 2%, 5%, 3-4%, 10%, not more than that. Everybody is a thinker, means everybody thinks only 2 to 5%. Remaining one they cannot do. They have to wait for your decision. If they have to wait for your decision, or they have to wait for somebody else's decision, so work will wait. Your organization in namesake only. There is no organization fact. That's what I am saying. When you do yourself something on your responsibility, you are best person, but there is limitation in that also. So much work comes in sometimes. You cannot do alone. You certainly need support of others. And that's capability you should have, how to find that support, or to what extent you have to rely on work delivered by those people. There are those people, you are paying them, your organization paying them. You have to extract work from them, but you have to be vigilant. Those people are not mentally oriented. Those people are oriented only for working time. I have to join work at this time. I have to go back home this time. They are timely bound people, but you are not timely bound people. You are institutionalized yourself. You are an institution unto yourself. If this point you understand in your life, all of you or whoever you want to understand, if you understand this point, you shall not wait for someone else to come. You won't wait for anybody else to come. You won't wait for your professor. You won't wait for somebody else to instruct you. You will do yourself. Because it's mind that is teacher here, power of mind that's behind you. And that is real organization. This is best management. You can say management. Such people are always very simple in mind, very simple in their exposure. Such people do not show their dressing senses. Such people do not boost much for themselves. Such people just do and don't even say that they have done it. They just send when required product, and such people are very different type, and you may not even see by their face that what this man can do. But when you talk to that person or you come in contact to do something with that person, you will find immense difference in what you thought about that person and what that person is all about. Sometimes you will see some person by face impression, oh, such a big personality, see his face impressions, he looks to be very smart, very intelligent, and see his dressing sense, how best he dresses, means what a personality he says. And I think you are scared of them, oh, it's out of my reach to talk to this person, I have no courage to talk to him. But even if you have courage, you go to that person, you find nothing in that person except boasting. It's not general, but it is somewhere. Somewhere it is. Don't ignore that. Such impurities are everywhere, so I call such people impurity. Foreign elements. Foreign elements means they are not required there, but they are there. Aliens. They are not required there, but they are there because the world is moving like that. You will find all types of people everywhere. You can't avoid that. When there is a very smelling room, means flower room, mosquito is also there. So Don't think otherwise. When there is air, there is impurity also. When there is Y, B. coli is also there. So you have to chlorine water even after chlorination. It's not 100% pure. Why I am explaining to you only for that purpose, that keep off what people say and do what you say. But you should know what you say. You say to yourself, not to others. And do not tell someone, do not instruct someone if you do not know what is real problem there. If you do not know it can happen or it cannot happen, do not ask others to do that. First you try on yourself. You try yourself, what I am going to instruct, shall it work or it shall not work? If you find, no, it shall work, I am certain, I am not uncertain. That's what I am saying. I am not unambiguous. I am ambiguous in approach. No, I am not ambiguous. I am unambiguous. I know what is there. So there is no question of ambiguity in that. It shall work. I am absolutely clear. Can you get that quality of yourself? This quality no teacher can inculcate you. Believe me, no one can raise your degree of trust. Nobody can do that. It's you only. Your teacher can teach you only in 1 or 2 period. You have to do this. But that cannot practice you. You have to practice either in tutorial or in your life experience. And that chances are up to you. You have to tutorial yourself. You have to train yourself. That's called self-training, self-teaching. It's very important. And those who do this, they never fail. They never fail because, yes, they can make mistakes. I cannot say no. But remember, it is mistake only. There is a take in that. If you say mistake, it includes take. So you have to take first. Then miss comes in that. Do not be discouraged. Encourage yourself for your life, for everything. That is called dependence or independence difference. People say, I am independent. Yes, you are independent to some extent, not to absolute extent. Because you cannot do everything on your own. You are not that reliable, self-reliant. You have to be self-reliant first. And when you take decisions yourself, irrespective of worrying about what shall happen after that, yes, there can be 1 time, 2 time failures in that. Because failure is your teacher here. If every time you get success, you won't improve. That's also true. So failure is also welcome. Failure is a must, in fact. Otherwise, you shall get a degree of pride. Say, I have done this time, so many times I have done this, I never failed. That's the power of pride. Oh no. It's God gift that you never failed. It's not your gift. You did something because God helped you, but don't say you did that. Because God is working in your mind. That's why you did that. Otherwise you won't do that. If you think that way, you will be successful everywhere. If not sooner, later. If not later, somewhere else. If not somewhere else, somewhere else. Because that is your bank. Your bank amount cannot be stolen by somebody else. Your mind is your bank. It's your account. It's up to you. You use it or not to use it. Your mind is exclusive in your control, not in control of your wife, not in control of your kids, and not in control of your teacher. Yes, they can do something for this only. To some extent, whatever percentage of your mind use, they can help somewhere, but only instantly, occasionally. You are in your you are with your teacher for a few hours a day, but only in 1 year. There, next year you go to some other teacher, then to some other teacher. So teacher is also there for instant time, not for whole life. So therefore, I relate professionalism to individual mentality. And if individual mentality is right, tell me why you search for a leader. Just think of, why do we search for a leader when everybody can be a leader? What is leadership after all? What is leadership? Can you ever think of that? In every profession or in politics or where we go in life, you will say leadership. What does it mean? If you see spelling wise, there's one meaning. If you see something else, power wise, it's another meaning. Why we want leadership? Why do I need leadership? What is the reason behind that? No one can answer this point also, because what is leadership? That is not leadership actually, that is abuse of power. Abuse of power by everyone. That they are leaders, they abuse power, and not now, since hundreds or thousands of years. There is no leadership. You are leader, but you also join same field when you become successful. That is bad point. If you want to say that I'm leader, then you lead people. You lead whole world. You lead yourself. You are leader means you are also your leader. You lead yourself first, then you lead those who are led. If you can lead, you lead those who can't lead themselves because they are not leaders. Their mind is not that much developed. They can't go themselves. They need some guide for route. They want to move on that road. They do not know what road is all about. But you have to push them. Push means in direction, not simply pushing and let them fall. It's not that. So you have to be leader, and you will not find more than 2% or 1% only all over world leaders. All others are followers. They don't want to be leaders, because if you want to be leaders, you have to be very, very hard worker. You have to be very, very busy. You have to be very, very sacrificer. You have to work for everybody. Only then you can be leader. Only talks cannot make you leader. I am not talking. It doesn't mean I am leader. I am just trying to communicate. It's not talk. It's communication of what I think. I am not promising anything to anybody. I am just trying to tell. Do not go what's given on books. Do not go. Yes, okay, for purpose of examination, that's fine. That's not fine for purpose application in life. Everybody is leader. If you generate that, I was saying there's a bulb in your home. If you don't connect it, don't put switch on, your bulb would not work. Your appliance would not work. It's you who has to use appliance. Use that appliance. It is you and you. No one else. Don't blame someone else if you are failing. Sometimes I am also of same habit. I was of same, I did wrong. I did not do wrong. This person didn't help me. That's why it's wrong. Oh, this person didn't listen to me. This wrong. So I pass my blame to that person. That is not my leadership. This is my bad quality. Even if that person was wrong, I should have stopped him. And if I missed to stop, this is my failure, not that failure. That person worked for me. It was myself who had to examine on him, or to surveillance on him, or to check on him whether or not that person rightly did it or wrongly did it. But I missed that one. So how can I pass my blame to that person when I failed? So this is my bad act. I thought, when sometimes everybody makes mistakes, so I made mistakes thinking that way. But later on you realize that you were wrong, not that person. You can't pass your responsibility, blame to someone else who was your delegated, or who was your deputy, or who was working for you. If that person was so independent, you were not required there. That person would have handled the situation. That's what I'm saying. Organize yourself in life. Don't depend on someone else. There is one organization chart, but there are many other organizations within everybody. It's your organization who has to identify those persons who are thinking your way, or who are determined, who are committed, who are dedicated, who are devoted. Those persons you find. Commitment, trust, orientation, and character in life. Everybody has varying nature. You have to analyze yourself, others also, like you analyze yourself. You have to find bads and goods, or merits and demerits of your staff, or your friends, or your relatives yourself. You seen sometimes, this man is related to me by blood relation, or met him in a relation. and this person is this type and that type and this type and that type. You think for many years, even then you cannot decide what sort of person this relative is and how I have to handle him. You can't decide that. And you keep on cursing, this relation is bad, this relation is good. This goes on, a never ending result. Because there you are bound by such relations, you can't help yourself. But you analyze, you try to analyze everybody, you try to analyze your sister, you try to analyze your mother as well, your father, your brother as well. Though emotionally you have different relations, but when you use mind, you want to. And you have two relations, one is emotional or sentimental relation, which is beyond your control, and one is mind relation to everybody. Your mind is not same as your mother's mind. Maybe your mother is more intelligent than you are, or otherwise, vice versa. Same thing applies to siblings and to parent and all relatives and society and nation. There may be your people, your good people, those who accept you or listen to you, and those, but both are parcel of life. If you understand this point, I think half problems in your world will be solved. We used to compare when we were young, British used to do that, Americans used to do that. We used to compare them because we were unaware of those people, what those people, what that type of life they are living. We used to say when I was young, in France, roads are made of glasses. Imagination, which road is made of glass? But imagination, we could not see that, we could not go there. That country has very beautiful roads, glass roads there. That was message passed to us by some people who were just thinkers. They used to imagine something against you and in progress. Life was different. They didn't know it's something is seen or what something is affected. Both are different. So my message is, my you can say organization phenomenon is that you assume yourself as an organization. If you can do that, maybe you are not having that requirement now, but sometimes in life you would have. When I work somewhere, I don't think which position I have. You have whatever position. That is for purpose of appointment, that's for employment contract, that's purpose of fixing responsibility. That's fine, up to that level it's okay. You need some educational qualification, some practical experience, some other specific knowledge to do some job, and for that job you are there, you are employed, you are paid for that, for purpose of that one, for that scope of your responsibility, for that scope of your chart. That's okay, that's fine, I agree with that. But beyond that, it's not required, beyond that, because your job is not 24 hours, no job can be for 24 hours. Yes, in the beginning, maybe when you are trying to understand that job, you are not able to pick up, they are not able to pick up, it may take few months or sometimes more than that, to just be in line with what you have to do in routine. And once you come in line of that, then you don't need involvement of so many hours on that job, and you can do that job just in half time or in 1/3 of that time which you started that job in the beginning. There's a saying, those who help themselves, God helps those. That saying is not futile, that's fertile. You try to do that. You try to do it and find success. Help yourself, help others, you will be helped by God. Because, first of all, you are doing your job, God is happy with that, at least you are trying. God does not help themselves who never tries, and they want results only. 95% people of this world are that type. They don't want to do something, but they want results. They want every benefit in life without doing anything. This world is full of such people. 95% people are like that. They require force on them, action on them, only then they work. Because they are not proactive. Their minds are closed. 80% of their mind is closed. Remember, how many percent of your mind works? It's in your hands. It's in your hands to evaluate how much you can work. If you can use full potential of your mind, you are a big person in mind. No one can match you except your equal. If you do not understand my statement, I'm saying mind is not efficiently utilized. You talk efficiency, we see mechanical efficiency. Have you heard that? What percent of this machine working, how efficient it is, what percent of this truck works, what percent of this bus or engine works. We talk of that in our life. We talk of that. We know BHP, brake horsepower, or indicative horsepower, IHP. We talk of that in our mechanical sciences or mechanical engineering or machine sciences. What is input and what is output? We always talk of that. Input is this much, output is that much. Output is always less than input. That's also true. So whatever this machine was designed for, made for, and how much it is really functioning, it's giving out, both are compared. And output is always less than input. You can say, oh, this machine is giving 60% efficiency, this machine is giving 80% efficiency, or it's for 50% efficiency. It depends upon new machine or old machine, depreciated machine, or broken machine, or it's exactly new. Even exactly new machine does not give 100% efficiency. It's not possible. There are some losses of energy, there's losses of everything among joints of machine, many parts of machine. And that's why I say you cannot give that efficiency we expected from. Therefore, we never expect 100% efficiency from machines. Machines are not human beings. Machines are parts, they are products. They are designed by human being, and there are so many spare parts assembled in one machine that whatever 1 or 2 or 3 spare parts, if functionless, how you don't know that? There may be 50 parts, 100 parts in some machine, and each part is designed separately, but they are connected together, electrified together, mechanized together in such a way that it becomes a unit, and that unit must work as unit. All must work together and expected to work together, but they can't because of their designs, because of their efficiency, because of their scope, or what you can say, strength. There can be different composition of materials used with them, different composition of wiring designs, or real design is not used, a defective design is there. This way you can say some variations will be there, but human is also same. What mind you had in your childhood doesn't mean your mental level is same today. It must have gone down or up, very easily it can be. You can't say what my mind was when I was young, today I have same mind, not possible. It's the grown up. When you are not married, your mind was one. When you are espoused, your mind is different. When you have kids, your mind is another different. Because your energies levels have been redefined. You are having your energy for you only. Then your energy bifurcated for your wife, one part for your wife. Then further bifurcated, trifurcated for your kid. So energy is same. You did not develop. You did not increase volume of energy. You did not increase its strength. You did not increase the erg. Or if you increase that, you will not feel anything. But if you don't increase that, you will feel deficiency of that. And so you can't use energy that time to what you used to before marriage. That part we have to understand. Because if you want to increase your energy levels, you have to concentrate, you have to work. Work and work. But why should you work? When you work, your wife telephones you, hey, what you are doing in office? Come on, we have to go to Phenom cinema. Or your kid calls you. It happens, you can't stop that because you expanded your organization. Family is also an organization, don't forget that. We call it institution of marriage, but it is an organization. This is very difficult organization where everything collapses, or everything makes collapses, other collapses. Because of marriage, this organization, either you make it or you break it. Whatever you had before, when you are without marriage, you have your practical organization without any problems. but now you have invited problems because some external person has come into your life, and that person has become such an absolute person for you that other previous organization seems very timid, not required, like that situation, redundant organization, and you are making another organization parallel to your family organization, and you are isolating that organization. Your mother, father, your siblings are there, but still they are there, but you are having an extension of your organization, extended family, and that extended family actually is not extended by isolated. Extension is not that important, because if you want extended family and you keep extended, that's very nice, but it's not happening. Those who are joint families, their extended families, that system is broken, completely crumbled. Where is joint family now? Joint family is actually a group of extended families, but there is no joint family. Only nuclear families are working. So institutions of marriage has been reorganized, you can say, into nuclear institutions. So different interests have generated. Interests that was related to your parent, to your siblings, to other relatives are finished. Occasionally, casually, in different form, not in responsibility form, but you can say help form. I'll help you, like that. Okay, I'll help you. There was no help before, it was a responsibility. Now it's help. So I'm just trying to tell you where actually organization starts with. You were from an organized family, but you have lost that organization because of new entries, new requirements, and that's also beyond your control. You can't do that because you have to live with that. There's no other way. So there has been robbery conducted on you from your energies, from your mental power. That organization is to decide about you. So if there's a mix-up cannot decide about purity. A mix-up system cannot decide about purity. You were pure before, but now it's different. You are not that level pure. You have gone different. It's also true. You have gone different. So who is responsible for that? You are responsible for that. No one else is responsible for that. It's you and only you. What I talked before was professional organization, where you are related as a professional to some organization or occupational or whatever. You had links with them for world, for acts, for achievements. But in this organization, everything is achievement, good or bad. It's good, you have to accept. It's bad, you have to accept. Right, you have to accept. Or wrong, you have to accept. Loss of members of family, you have to accept. Any problem in family, you have to accept. There is no solution for that. You have to keep accepting throughout your life, and that changes your conduct, that changes your behavior, that changes your clarity, that changes your mind. Here your mind is deflected. Because how far? Because problem is not generated in one day, it generates in many weeks or months, and then it impacts also in weeks or months or long. So this is very important point. Organization applies into personal life is much more problematic than you can solve it in your professional life, because in profession you are trained. You have to do something which can be done, which you cannot change. Yes, you may change some procedures, but absolute basic you cannot change, because targets are fixed, definitions are fixed, objectives are fixed. No one can touch them. So there, because you are wasting your energy here, there is a deficiency on that front. Remember, you wasted your energy in your personal organization. So you lost that energy. So certainly it will impact on your professional front, and it does, because of family problems, because of your other problems. You are late on your job, you telephone them, oh, I'm not coming today, I have some problem, take care, and it happens once a week or twice a week or many times a month. So your efficiency keep on falling because you can say rely on others' performance even for 2-3 hours a day, and that 2 or 3 hours a day can cause many mistakes in your on your behalf, and people will start thinking, yeah, this son after marriage, this person is not doing what he was required to do before or is supposed to do. So your value which existed before your that institution starts degrading here, deteriorating here, means you are going to fall at some time there. Otherwise, say either keep your energy level increase, enhance all time, so that you can devote same power on your profession, and also you can fulfill requirement of your institution of personal family or private family or nuclear family. That's not that easy because your energies are available in defined proportion or in defined volume or whatever unit you call R. You cannot augment that because for augmentation you have to struggle a lot, and that's not easy. When you struggle a lot physically and mentally, your wife, why your intention, what this and that, your wife will not allow you, your kids will not allow, okay, with dad, we don't want this job, this is the problem. They will come and impact on you again and again and again. They won't leave you free. And you can't encounter them because they are different relations to you. You have to either teach them, you can't teach them, you have to either keep silent, and people try to keep silent, that's the reason. Why to unnecessarily add more tension? Already I'm coming from office, I have this tension, my son is telling me this, my wife is telling me this. And that type of approach actually complicates everything. So that's why those people who are single, in one way they are better, and who are married people, they are not better. To that extent they should be. So my talk about profession, about organization is not to annoy you. It's just to reflect to you what I can analyze it for. You have to live, and to live you have to do job, and to do job you have to work, and you have to work only whether you are professional, you are a vocational, or whatever level you have to work in that. There's no way out. And you're not that capable that you stay in your own business. That's very rare. Where people who have backgrounds, you don't have that background too. So result is that you are dependent on something. You cannot come out of that circle, or that you can say encompass. My only statement is use your brain. Your brain is not controlled by anyone. Your brain is free. It's controlled by that who is a designer of this brain. Your brain is your guard. Your brain is your father and mother. Your brain is your security. If you use it, you will find benefits of that. But people don't want to use it. If 90% people drink, you find 80%, 90% people drink often. Not daily, I can say, not daily, depending on what money they have, what's their circle, how they live their life. And if you are used to that, drinking habit, smoking habit, or some other habit, which should not be exclusively spoken, in those habits, you are going to kill yourself every day, piece by piece, part by part. You are going to cut yourself, defeat yourself. So whatever organization you develop, that's also dismantled, demolished one day, and you find yourself in the same drain in which you are in beginning, back to square one. Then your organization which you made for, your designed for your work, that also would collapse, that won't work. Because your mind is not settled, it's now disturbed, turbulent. And mental status change means everything changes. So I would simply say, do not defeat yourself, do not defeat yourself. If you defeat yourself, you will defeat yourself forever. Organization is perfect one, you have to see. And if you are alone here, you are best one, but it depends upon volume of work you have. If you have means you have, if you don't have means don't have. But you must be organized. And that organization doesn't limit to work only, it limits to thinking also. You have to think for whatever you do. And if you want to think only, it doesn't mean thinking without any reference. You have to get references for thinking. And those references are technical sometimes and not technical sometimes. Both references are there. But remember, references which you look into, those must be very difficult in understanding because those are technical in nature, not layman activity. It's brilliant activity that you have to do. Generally you can say, generally people complicate things. All people complicate something so that they don't want to understand something. System is not that complicated as we understand this is. Life is not complicated as we understand this is. It's in our hands, and it can be in our hands only when we discipline ourselves. You discipline yourself, you organize. Organization means nothing but discipline, lots of discipline. As I said, unity and discipline. This our NCC used to teach us. Unity means integrity, means you all are one. Stay united, stay happy. And also discipline. Those who don't have discipline, they can't do anything. Can't do. When I say discipline and punctuality or regularity, it applies to every field. You may be doing whatever you do in life. You may be an engineer, you may be a doctor, you may be something else. Punctuality, regularity are a must. You have to be committed, you have to be devoted, you have to be dedicated. That's basic practice. And technocrat, of course, you are, and you have to be. Without being technocrat, your commitment cannot exist. So, dear friends, I think you might have now some room of thoughts in your mind. Maybe it's up to you. I cannot say that it is. It's you to decide. I'm not going to decide for you. Everybody has to decide that if you think that life is so difficult, you cannot organize, you cannot manage, I would say you are wrong. Best way is to manage yourself, to organize yourself. If you want to be happy in life, do not expect others to help you. They will automatically help you if you have some value in their mind. When people come to you for everything, you think people are coming to you to have response from you or to have suggestion from you, have to have instructions from you. This means you are an important person, you are importing people to your desk. And you have to respond to them. And if you successfully respond to them, and you make their job easy because it's your responsibility also, ensure that what they are working is right. Those people may say or may not say, but they would realize you are a reliable person. They can depend upon, and they will bank upon you for that. That's where I say it's very important to take this point into your understanding. And now I want to go to our topic of what I was talking yesterday. This is concrete, which is very important part nowadays. Concrete means concrete, though simple word, but very very bombarding, very bombarding and very powerful term, that is concrete. Maybe we took notice of this in past rightly, or just we consider this only as a material that everyone has to see its material or its soul. It's material or its soul of our body, soul of our mind. That point, if you understand, I understand. Or if I could not understand till now, I understand now. Or if you could not understand till now, you understand now. That's what it is in concrete. Concrete means concrete. And concrete means everything. Solid, consumable, money, safety, life, everything it is. This concrete is for everybody. For everybody. Now I go to page, I think yesterday which page it was, I 170 or 180, I exactly don't remember. So it is concrete. Now we talked of some repairs. I think we did some repairs also last time. Crack injection we did, and we did epoxy crack, also we did polyester resin concrete. Yes, now we do structural precast concrete also we did. I think it's somewhere in installation of that, I remember. Structural precast concrete, qualifications, and then quality assurance, past concrete, quality control. So we have to start from quality assurance, qualification. Okay, we start from qualification. This part of concrete. Concrete, solid, concrete, reliable, concrete, unequal, concrete, unchallenged. You can generate many meanings without referring to dictionary, because dictionary is not every, we can say dictionary is everything. We can rely on that, on our own. More than 30 degrees today morning at 3 o'clock, and I think 60 to 70% humidity. Not good weather, bad weather. This is not good weather because low temperature and high humidity is going to cost everybody in terms of promotion of COVID-19. This is not acceptable, but you can't control it, because low temperature and high humidity are pro-environment for COVID, for virus. So virus is also concrete here, I can say. Virus is very strong, it's concrete, you can say. Now I said qualifications in this concrete way. That was 1714. We were talking yesterday. Structural precast work shall be executed by an approved specialist subcontractor for casting and also for transportation, handling and erection. Contractor may execute this work himself, or if it can satisfy engineer that it has sufficient experience and expertise in this field, as a minimum contractor shall provides satisfactory evidence that these tradesmen and their supervisory personnel engaged in such work have successful experience with work and with work and comparable to that shown and specified, means they are equal to that is required, so, or they are more than that that's required. Provide details of organized quality control and test procedures. Now, what is quality in that case? Precast concrete supplier shall have a quality assurance scheme that meets ISO 9000 or equivalent, and this we discussed also, that there are so many points in that in quality control. Let me read again so that you refresh that one. It doesn't take 5 to 10 minutes if you talk of what we discussed yesterday. Precast concrete supplier shall have a quality assurance system that meets this requirement. All work shall be performed to secure for projects homogeneous concrete. Homogeneous is very important word here. Homogeneous, we call it homogeneous technically or theoretically. Homogeneous is against heterogeneous. Meaning of homogeneous means whatever is there in complete material should be same quality or same uniformity, but actually it doesn't happen. Homogeneous we call it, but no, nothing is homogeneous in this world. Even if you take the tree, size of tree leaves and plants, they are not same, colors are not same, their directions are not same, so homogeneous they are not, but we call assume that this is homogeneous. And concrete having required strength, surface finish materials, durability and weathering resistance without planes of weaknesses or other structural defects, and free from honeycombs and air pockets, voids, projections, offsets of plane and other defacements of concrete. No alterations or substitutions of structural systems shown on drawings are permitted unless otherwise specified, and also contractor shall supervise and coordinate all phases of structural precast concrete construction process and be responsible for complete manufacturing process. Methods of manufacture and practices of handling raw materials or we can say or the ingredients and manufactured concrete shall be reviewed by engineer before execution of structural precast concrete work, at least 14 days before beginning of precast work. Only material of known quality shall be incorporated in the work, not otherwise. All materials shall be properly selected, reviewed and approved by engineer before use and maintained during shipment, storage and use. And also construction system and techniques shall be properly selected, reviewed and approved by engineer before use and maintained throughout complete structural precast concrete construction phase. Adequate spare equipments, parts, additional components and repair facilities shall be available for all tools and equipment. Regardless of approvals by engineer, contractor shall be responsible for all materials and methods of structural and precast concrete work. And also then, if work does not meet specified requirements, contractor shall at no additional cost to employer implement removal, replacement and remedial work, revise procedures and materials to prevent recurrences of unacceptable work. Quality control, now we are talking. Let me use this pen. I'm getting humidity on this, so I have to use this pen here. So quality control, now contractor shall prepare and provide this quality control program for structural precast concrete work within particular attention to details, pre-checking processes, procedures and close supervision, and in particular contractors shall, in order to assure that proper work is performed to prevent later corrective actions, assign at least one experienced supervisor full-time to provide quality control for structural precast concrete work. Assignment will not relieve contractor of quality control personnel of their duties related to quality control of structural requirements and surface finish of structural precast concrete work. Contractor shall arrange for training of his quality personnel who will perform quality control of structural precast concrete work and whose training shall include but not be limited to materials evaluation, special mix design techniques, mix placement, or vibrator selection and use, farm work, details farm work protection, release agent use, reinforcement steel, details and installation, finishing equipment and techniques, corrective procedures and protection of completed work. Contractor's quality control personnel shall be responsible for verifying all details necessary to produce final structural design objectives. Contractor's quality control personnel shall also verify quality of structural precast concrete work and guide production of results which will be within acceptable physical tolerances. This was part. I'll repeat these items at least. Contractor shall arrange for training of his quality control personnel who perform quality control of structural precast concrete work and whose training shall include but not be limited to materials evaluation, special mix design techniques, mix placement, and vibrator selection and use, formwork details, formwork production, release agent use, reinforcing steel, details and installation, finishing equipment and techniques, collective procedures in protection of completed work, and contractors quality control personnel shall be responsible for verifying all details necessary to produce final structural design objectives. Contractors quality control personnel shall also verify quality of structural precast concrete and guide production of results which will be within acceptable physical tolerances. Testing of concrete shall be tested per specification. Its contractor shall furnish labor required to facilitate testing, inform engineer with at least 1 day's advance notice when concrete is to be placed, provide storage facilities for concrete test tubes and provide material samples and access to materials as required for testing. Should batching plant be located more than 500 meters away from site offices, contractor shall provide suitable transport acceptable to engineer, not for sole use of engineer staff. Contractor shall station a qualified technician at casting site to continuously test, inspect and report on following. This is that concrete testing is being carried out in accordance with the requirement of part 6 of this section. Check following and verify conformance with specified requirements and approved shop drawings. All reinforcing bars, all embedded items, all formwork. Check openings and provisions for coordination of all trades in contract as shown on approved shop drawings. Contractor shall provide facilities and equipment for conducting all tests specified herein except for strength test which should be carried out by an approved independent testing agency. Now delivery, storage and handling. This we talked yesterday also, we have to refresh it as well. It's very important because it's an important part. You just can't miss it. So it's better to refresh it also. Again I'm saying this is concrete we are talking because something should be there in between concrete we are talking here. Concrete, that's I'm talking from Qatar specifications. Qatar concrete specification I'm talking, and this point you must be understand. So now let's move further on this. Let's say structural precast elements shall be removed from form without damaging or overstressing and stored or placed for transportation on a stable bed that will not allow distortion of member. Separate stacked members with such suitable battens and bracing. Mark each member with an identifying reference or piece mark and then date of casting. All piece marks are to be correlated with test reports and plan layouts or erection drawings. Then structural precast elements shall be transported with sufficient battens, bracings and supports so as to prevent overstress by vibration or impact loadings. Contractor shall submit his proposed method of transportation to engineer for approval. The structural precast units shall be stored, handled and transported in a manner that would avoid undue strains, air cracks, staining or other damages. Contractor shall deliver units from casting site to project site in accordance with schedule and proper settling sequence. The structure precast unit shall be stored free of ground and protected from wind or rain splashes. Units shall be covered and protected from dust, dirt, or other staining materials. During its fabrication, construction, and after erection, contractor shall protect castings to avoid possibility of damage. Design, loading actions and structural member selection. Then material it is, and then it is all just for reference. I told you. Now they are there. I'm just not going to tell you all in that case. Just information I wanted to give. Now I'm going to chapter welding. Means the rest you can curse. The 2 numbers are election tolerance. So then I'm going to welding. I'm going to start this. Now next point. I did not tell everything about that because I yesterday got taught that. So today it is you can say welding. We talked yesterday. I just remind you. I'm not talk today completely. There is transportation, as I said, that there's a transportation which are talking now, and then there is design, loading actions and structural member selections. It says provisions of this clause shall apply if contractor is responsible for design of structural precast units. So this is a part of design, loading actions and member selection. I just want to read this little because delivery, storage and handling, you have done it. Only the design, loading actions and structural members, so I can say there are 2 minutes talk on them. The provisions of this clause shall apply if contractor is responsible for design of structural precast units. Precast elements shall be designed to withstand all loading conditions against which strength and serviceability must be measured. The vertical loads shall include self-weight of precast elements, floor coverings and live loads as indicated on contract drawing. So I will say 1 minute only just to think on, because now design, loading actions and structural member selection. This is about 9 points. I'll just discuss on this and we'll just jump on to other one. Materials not important in this case. So only this design something. Provisions of this clause shall apply if contractor is responsible for design of structural precast units. This is a very important point because when you are doing this, you are doing everything. You are doing this means okay. Precast element shall be designed to withstand all loading conditions against which strength and serviceability must be measured. Vertical loads shall include self-load of precast elements, floor coverings and live loads as indicated on contract drawings. Wind loads shall be calculated based on free of wind speed provided in section 1. Then accounts shall be taken of loads and deformations caused by temperature and time dependent deformations. The wind load shall be calculated based on wind speed. Provide section 1 part clause 15, clause 152, and then you can say um, uh, account shall be taken of loads and deformations caused by temperature and time dependent deformations. For such purpose, 55 degrees temperature variation and 90 degrees 90% relative humidity should be considered for all members except exterior elements, and facade elements shall consider 85 degrees Celsius. A precast element shall be designed in accordance with BS-EN 1992-1-1 or relevant ACI code. Design tensile stresses should not exceed design field flexural tensile stresses or concrete at particular age of concrete. You say nominal cover to steel including links must meet durability requirement of severe conditions of exposure and to meet requirement of 2 hours period of fire resistance provided as provided for PS EN 1992-1-1 or relevant ACI codes. Total deflection of precast elements should be limited to 1/350 of span of this element, and plan and design for opening of a building services where required or necessary. Now, after the material, there is a bearing pads. I'm not going to talk of that. Forming. This okay means we have gone through this structural precast manuals. We have done that installation. So knowing again that I'm going to welding now. Welding, I think we have done to that one, right? Welding is also the same parts, no different one. That's part of same system, precast system. We have not ended that, but we talked yesterday about erection tolerances, and now it's welding. Just a moment. Just let me see how external weather is so that I can continue. Let us see what's weather condition. Half a minute over. I'll come back. Let's start now. Okay. Welding is just part of concrete. Precast. Where permission for welding is given by engineer, following shall apply. Welding shall not take effect until all adjacent elements to be connected have been aligned, firmly seated and braced. Control of heat build-up by limiting voltage, electrode size and rate. Then spalled or heat damaged concrete, spalled or heat damaged concrete around weldments out shall not be acceptable. No. Then grouting. This was about welding, only few conditions. This is not welding procedure giving, just a condition only. When which stage welding shall take place, when permission can be granted, and it says that until adjacent elements to be connected have been aligned, firmly seated and braced, and control of neat build up by limiting voltage, electrode size and rate, and spalled or heating damages concrete around welds shall not be acceptable. Grouting, joints, gaps and connections shall be filled with grout. Joints, gaps and connections shall be filled with grout as shown on drawings and approved by engineer. Field cutting. Now field cutting of holes may be done only with engineer's concurrence and only with power saws or core drills. Steel reinforcement of pre-stressing strand shall be avoided where reinforcement or strand is damaged. A unit shall be repaired to satisfaction of engineer or rejected. A maximum hole size shall be 150 mm diameter or as limited by member size or strand located. Cracks, spalls and sharp corners created by field cutting are to be grouted, eased and patched with epoxy type bonding and patching compounds. Now we'll go to pre-stressed concrete. Pre-stressed concrete we are going to talk, which is very important from, you can say, structural engineering viewpoint, because pre-stressed concrete and RCC are different worlds. Pre-stress means either pre-tension or post-tension. This concrete is very important from various viewpoints, but it's very advanced technology, you can say, much more advanced than reinforced concrete. Now in this general, then there is pre-stressing, and then there is anchorages, and in general this is scope, references, submittals, storage and handling, and in pre-stressing part it is general, wires and strands, sheets, cores and ducts, anchorages, jacking equipment, tensioning, grouting, grout mixer, grout trials. These are parts of this, and we'll see one by one now. Pre-stressed concrete. Now scope is section describes requirements for pre-stressed post-tension concrete. Pre-stressed post-tension concrete, including materials and procedures for installation, stressing and grouting. Now related sections and parts are part 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 11, 15, 16. What are these parts? Part 2 aggregate, part 3 cementitious materials, part 4 water, part 5 admixture, part 6 property requirements, part 7 concrete plants, part 8 transportation and placing of concrete, part 9 formwork, part 10 curing, part 11 reinforcement, part 15 hot weather concrete, part 16 miscellaneous. So aggregate, cementitious materials, waters, admixtures, property requirements, concrete plants, transportation and placing of concrete, formwork, curing, reinforcement, hot weather concreting and miscellaneous. Now references are, let us say references one by one, because there are so many references in this. ACI 325.7R, recommendation for designing pre-stressed concrete pavements. ACI 343R, analysis and design of reinforced concrete bridge structures. ACI 350.3R, seismic design of liquid containing concrete structures. Then ACI 358.1R, analysis and design of reinforced and pre-stressed concrete guideway structures. Then ACI 372R, design and construction of circular wire and strand wrapped pre-stressed concrete structures. Strand wrapped. Then ACI 373R, design and construction of circular pre-stressed concrete structures with circumferential tendons. ACI 423 is 3R, that is recommendation for concrete members pre-stressed with unbonded tendons. Now ASTM A881/A881M, standard specification for steel wire developed stress relieved or low relaxation for pre-stressed concrete railroad ties. ASTM A882-M, standard specification for filled epoxy coated 7 wire pre-stressing steel strand. After that, ASTM A641 A641M is standard specification for zinc coated galvanized carbon steel wire. ASTM A416/A416M, and that is 10. The standard specification for steel strands uncoated 7 wire for pre-stressed concrete. AWWAD 110 wire and strand wound circular pre-stressed concrete water tank. BS 1881 testing concrete, and BS EN 12350 testing fresh concrete. Then BS EN 12390 testing hardened concrete, and BS 5896 specification for high tensile steel wire and stand for pre-stressing of concrete, and BS EN 1992 E-code Unicode 2 design of concrete structures, test of concrete. Now submittals. Submittals about this. This is very also important, beautiful part. We are talking of pre-stressed concrete. This is post-tension, not retention. Post-tension sense what is the concrete after concreting. And they are now. Now, there's some more one. I'm thirsty and more. Thirsty and quick. That's really now. Very humid. Okay, now samples. Now we have to samples and we have to submit them. It's for submission for approval. A is 1 meter length sample, 1 meter long sample of strand shall be taken from every 1000 meter of strand to be installed in works with minimum of 1 sample of strand per reel on site in presence of engineer for strength test at an independent laboratory approved by engineer. 1 reel shall only be accepted if both breaking load and 0.1% proof load of sample exceed characteristic load given in BS 5896 table 6. A reel shall only be accepted if both breaking load and 0.1% proof load of sample exceeds characteristic load given in BS 5896 table 6. A minimum of 3 samples of strands shall be taken at random from each reel of pre-stressing steel on site in presence of engineer. Reels on site shall only be accepted if relaxation values determined by tests are equal to a lower than specified relaxation class of BS 5896. Now, sample requirement and frequency of pre-stressing wire shall meet requirements of AWWA Now we have said that we have to decide both take 0.1% proof load of sample will exceed a practice load given BS minus table 6. A minimum of 3 samples of stand shall be taken at random from each reel of pre-stressing steel on site. In presence of engineer, reels on site shall only be accepted if relaxation values determined by tests are equal to or lower than specified relaxation class BN 5896. Now, sample requirements and frequency for pre-stressing wire shall meet requirements of AWW, AD110 and ACI 372R. Now, technical details of proposed materials and equipment shall be submitted. Details of jack type and size shall be submitted to allow for clearances to be checked. A calibrated stress recording device shall be used. Design that a contractor shall submit. Now, details of proposed grout mix design. Details of you have to submit with this also. Details of proposed grout mix design. Tendon extension calculation. Tendons extension calculations, vent pipe spacing and location and detailed execution and shop drawings. So calculation, detailed execution and shop drawings and calculation notes. Submit other submittals. Contractors shall also submit, curriculum vitae and experience record of supervisor proposed who shall have a minimum of 5 years experience at such facility. So curriculum vitae and experience record of supervisors proposed who shall have a minimum of 5 years experience in such a position. Safety procedures including warning signs, barricades and communication between different stressing locations. Name of proposed and pre-stressing company giving details of previous projects. Storage and handling. Pre-stressing steel shall be stored on pallets at least 300 above ground and will be protected from contamination by wind-blown sand or rain. Pre-stressed stand shall be of coils of sufficiently large diameters. So now I said that I repeat, storage and handling. Pre-stressing of steel shall be stored on pallets at least 300 above ground and be protected from contamination by wind-blown sand or rain. Pre-stressed strands shall be in coils of sufficiently large diameter to ensure that a strand pays off straight. Now pre-stressing is very important part of this pre-stressing, and we are talking of pre-stressing now. Pre-stressing operations shall be carried out only under direction of experienced and excellence. So pre-stressing shall be carried out only under direction of an experienced and competent supervisor, and all personnel operating stressing equipment shall have been properly trained in its use. In addition to normal precautions against accident, which should be taken at all times, for heavy wind, tension for or in addition to normal precautions against accident which should be taken at all times for whole of works, special care should be taken when working with or near tendons which have been tensioned or are in process of being tensioned. System of pre-stressing units. Now, system of pre-stressing is used shall be approved by engineers. Such system be used strictly in accordance with the recommendation of system manufacturer. Now, under no circumstances, shall equipment be or fitted designs for use with one system of pre-stressing be used in conjunction with equipment fittings and designed for use with another system. Right, everyone please just a minute. Six o'clock about. If I can put light, let me try. Let me put lights just for a minute. For a while, let me put lights here. Lights, please. Okay. I will put light off. Let me see how can I do this. Okay. So system pre-stressing use shall be system. Okay, now we say, let us say further on this. Under no circumstances shall equipment be fitted of fittings designed for use with one system of pre-stressing use in conjunction with equipment and fittings designed for use with another system. The system shall be approved by engineers. Such system shall be used strictly in accordance with recommendations of system manufacturer, and pre-stressing components shall be stored in clean dry conditions. These components, pre-stressing components, shall be stored in clean dry conditions. They shall be clean and free from loose rust and loose mill scale at time of fixing in position and subsequent concreting. Slight rusting of steel, which can be removed by moderate rubbing, is acceptable, but surface shall not show signs of pitting. Now wires and strand, these are very important part. Wires and strand we are using in this because this is most important item in this case. Wires and strand. So this is concrete, I am saying. We are talking of concrete, and now we are talking of pre-stress concrete. It's an important part of this. How to do pre-stressing is a part of concrete. It's very important. Pre-stress, this post-tension we are talking, not pre-tension. Post-tension. Sorry. Stavan. All pre-stressing strands, STRAND, pre-stressing strands shall be 7 wire super stabilized low relaxation strands, super stabilized low relaxation strands with a guaranteed ultimate tensile strength, that's abbreviated as GUTS, which stands for guaranteed ultimate tensile strength of not less than 1770 MPa of 1770 MPa. This is not less than that. 770 MPa means 1700 kilogram per centimeter square. Complying with BS 5896 or relevant ASTM standards. All pre-stressing wires shall be cold drawn, not hot drawn, cold drawn, high carbon wire meeting requirements of ASTM A821/A821M type B, having a minimum ultimate tensile strength of 1448 MPa or 1440 kilogram per centimeter square. 2. Prior to galvanizing, zinc coating for galvanizing shall meet requirements of ASTM A641/A641M. Now with minimum weight per unit area of uncoated wire, surface of 259 gram per meter square, surface of 259 gram per centimeter square. Minimum ultimate strength of wire after galvanizing shall be no less than 1241 MPa. All wires of strands to be stressed at same time shall be taken from same parcel. All wires of strands to be stressed at same time shall be taken from same parcel. Coil numbers of steel used for each tendon shall be recorded. Welding of tendons shall not be permitted. All cutting of strands shall be carried out. At high speed abrasive cutting wheel or friction saw at heart not less than So I repeat this one because this is a little different. Cutting of strands shall be carried out using high speed abrasive cutting or weight cutting with a friction saw at or not less than 1 diameter from anchor. Cutting shall be done only after contractor has submitted stressing records and engineer has approved them in writing. Flame cutting will not be permitted. Tendons shall be built into works. Tendons shall be built into works strictly in accordance with system which is being employed. Sufficient strands shall project from anchorage. Sufficient strands shall project from anchorage to allow jacking to take place at stressing end of tendons. Cables for individual strands comprising cable shall not be kinked or bent. Cable or individual strands comprising cable shall not be kinked or bent. No strand no strand that has become unraveled shall be used. Sheaths, cores and ducts. Sheaths, cores and ducts. Sheaths shall be accurately located both vertically and horizontally as described in specific project specs. Unless otherwise designed in specific project specifications, tolerances in location of central line of sheaths shall be within 5 plus minus 5 mm. Now all sheaths and cores shall be maintained in their correct positions. Now, the sheaths shall be accurately located both vertically and horizontally as described in specific project specifications unless otherwise described in specific project. Okay. Unless otherwise described in specific project specification, tolerance in location of center line or schedule shall be within plus minus 5 mm. All sheaths and cores shall be maintained in their correct position. All sheets and cores shall be maintained in their correct positions during placing of concrete unless otherwise agreed with engineer. Sheets shall be rigidly supported at sheets shall be rigidly supported at points not less than 50 mm and not more than 5 mm apart. Methods of support shall be to now let's go to the further point in the same, saying that she shall be rigidly supported at points not less than 50 mm and not more than 500 mm apart. 50 mm and 500 mm apart. Okay, now where sheets are used, number of joints shall be capped. Number of joints shall be capped to a minimum, and sleeve connectors shall be used for joining. Sleeve connectors. Sleeve connectors shall be used for joining. Each joint shall be adequately sealed against ingress of materials. Joints in adjacent sheets shall be staggered by at least 300 mm. Sheets shall be kept free from material detrimental to bond between grout and sheath, and except for material sealing a sheath joint between sheets and concrete. Little wrong. So, within 24 hours of concrete being placed, contractor shall certify engineer that tendons are free to move if they are in duct. So, or that ducts are free from obstruction. So within 24 hours of concrete being placed, contractor shall certify that tendons of duct, nothing more, tendons for duct, tendons are free from move if they are in ducts, or that ducts are free from obstructions. Let's understand it again. I'm sweating and I don't know why. I think I should put this down. This way out. This is the problem. I just have shooting. Okay, when we come back, when 24 hours of concrete being placed, the contractor shall satisfy engineer that tendons are free to move if they are in ducts, or their ducts are free from obstruction. Number and positions of grout vents for entry and outlet points, and for checking that entire length of duct has been adequately grouted shall be agreed with engineer before ducts are formed. Vents shall be provided at low points. Vents shall be provided at low points in tandem profile to allow disposal of water that may have collected as a result of rain or curing. For example, vents shall be sealed before grouting. Now, you can say number of positions of grout vent for entry and outlet points, and for checking that entire length of duct has been adequately grouted shall be agreed with engineer before ducts are formed. Vents shall be provided at low points in a tandem profile to allow disposal of water that may have collected as a result of rain or curing. For example, vents shall be sealed before grouting operations beginning. Anchorages. Anchorages, in this end blocks, you can say anchorages or end blocks and plates shall be positioned and maintained in position during concreting so that center line or duct passes externally through anchorage assembly. All bearing surfaces shall be cleaned before concreting and tensioning. Anchorage of pre-stressing wires shall meet requirement of AWWA, AD110 and ACI 372R. Now, jacking equipment. Jacking equipment. Jacking means important equipment. All jacking equipment used for stressing operations shall be of type applicable to system adopted. Jack and pumps shall be calibrated at an independent facility in presence of engineers before beginning stressing operations. Calibration of equipment shall take place at 6-month interval for equipment permeability present on sale site. Whenever new equipment is brought to site or equipment is removed and returned of services serviced, recalibration of equipment as designed will be refigured. Now, all gauges, load cells, dynamometers and other devices used for measurement shall have a reading accuracy of within plus minus 2%. Now, this is all gauges, loads, cell dynamometer and other devices used for measurement shall have a loading capacity between plus minus 2%. Stressing equipment or pre-stressing wires shall meet requirements of AWWA or stressing equipment for pre-stressing wires shall meet requirements of AWWA D1 10 and ACI 372R. Tensioning. Alright, now we'll see. Tensioning. So now tensioning. How to tension? That's some post tensioning we are going to do, because our stands are already in. Half a minute, let me relax. Half a minute, relax, yeah. Contractor shall submit details of proposed stressing loads and stressing sequence to engineer for approval. Contractor shall submit details of proposed stress loads and stressing sequence to engineer for approval. Tensioning shall be carried out only in presence of engineer or representative unless permission has been granted to contrary. Contractor shall ensure that personnel carrying out stressing are provided with particulars of required tandem loads, order of stressing and extensions. So, contractor shall ensure that personnel carrying out stressing are provided with particulars of required tendons, load, order of sequencing and extensions. Immediately before tensioning, contractor shall prove that all tendons are free, all tensions are free. Immediately before tensioning, contractor shall prove all tensions are free to move. Unless otherwise permitted, concrete shall not be stressed until it has reached at least age or at which two test tubes taken from it attain specified transfer strength. Cubes shall be made and tested as described on BS 181, BS EN 12350, BS EN 1239090 or ISO 1480. Okay. So unless otherwise permitted in contact, concrete shall not be stressed until it has reached at least age at which test tubes taken from it attains specified transfer strength. Cubes shall be made and tested as described in BS 181, BS EN 12350, BS EN 123 90 and or GSO ISO 18 or 1920, uh, they shall be cured in similar condition to concrete or to. Okay, don't think I'm sleeping because very boring subject. So I will say again, cubes shall be made and tested as described in BS 1881, BS EN 12350 and BS EN 12390 or GSO ISO 1920. They shall be cured and similar conditions to concrete to which they relate. We'll see where it is. We have to see this material. So cube shall be made and tested as described in BS 1881, BS EN 12350, BS EN 12390 or GSO ISO 1920. They shall be cured in similar 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 condition to positive. Alright. They shall be cured in similar no. Friction factors assumed for calculation of tendon. Friction factor assumed for calculation of tendons extension shall be verified by on-site measurement of force extension relationship of type sample of installed tendon. Contract shall establish that design point for measuring extension contract shall friction factor assumed for calculation of tendon extension shall be verified by on-site measurement at you know, Come on. I'll continue. Means why to delay? Small only talk. I think not many pages here. Why to delay? Finish it. At 6:30. Down look left. So I have to put this on. Better put this on. Don't wait. Put this on. Otherwise it won't be, because it's telling also. Alright. Contractor shall establish the datum point. So before the fraction factor assumed for calculation of tendon extension shall be verified by on-site measurement of a force extension relationship of typical sample of installed tendons. Contractor shall establish datum point for measurement extension and jack pressure to satisfaction of engineer. Tendons shall be stressed. Tendons shall be stressed at a gradual and steady rate until they attain force required. Maximum force exerted on shall not exceed 75% of guts. Guts we ultimate tensile stress we read. We studied that G2 years before for strands ultimate. This tensile strength of stress for in purpose of cable detensioning, for purpose of cable detensioning, where installed strength is to be discarded, jack force may be increased to 80% guts. Force in tendon shall be obtained from reading on load cell or pressure gauge. Force in tendon shall be obtained from readings on a load cell or pressure gauge and extension of tendons measured. Two readings shall conform to limits set by engineer, but in all cases forces in tendon as computed from extension meter shall be plus 5% to minus 2% of force indicated by gauging system. When stressing from one end, when stressing from one end only, pull in and when from one end only, pull in at other dead. Alright, now continue on this. Let's say when stressing from one end only, pull in at that end shall be accurately measured and appropriate allowance made in measured extension at live end. If calculated and measured extensions vary from each other by more than plus minus 6%, then corrective action shall be taken. Now this may involve detention, detentioning and redetentioning of tendons if required by engineer. When required force when required force including overloads of short duration, when required force including overloads of short duration has been applied to satisfaction of engineer, tendons shall be anchored. Jack pressure shall then be relieved in such a way as to avoid shock to anchorage tendons of tendons. Okay. If pull in of tendons at completion of anchoring is greater, if pull in of tendons of at completion of anchoring is greater, then that acceptable to engineer, tendons shall be detention and amit reason provided. A reason amit, shall be, if pull-in tendons at completion of anchoring is greater than that acceptable to engineer, tensions shall be detention and tendons tension gain. Now, engineer may direct that force in any tendon be tested by rejacking. This will be instructed. This will only be instructed if there is doubt that calibration of tensioning equipment is accurate. Care shall be exercised by contractor during retensioning to ensure that jacking load does not exceed more than 80% of GUTS of strand. I'm finding something which was that. Okay, I like that. What can I do? I was just interested in finding an item here which I lost. And that item was that item. I can't. Where is this one? This will be class. Okay, I'll see later on. No, I don't have time now for that. Why wasting time? I shouldn't waste time. Let me see where is it. So let's go back. For this time. Grout mixer, grouting. It's gone. I missed something, I think. Yes, it's somewhere here. Okay. I was reading here, sorry, I lost one page. I was trying to search that one. But no problem. We will have to see. Let us see. So engine may direct the force in any tandem be tested by rejacking. This will only be instructed if there is doubt that calibration of tensioning equipment is accurate. Care shall be exercised by conductor during retensioning of to ensure that jacking load does not exceed more than 80% of GUTS of strand. It's necessary if it's necessary to crop tendon to enable duct of grouted to duct to be grouted. It's necessary to crop tendon to enable duct to be grouted. This shall be delayed as long as practicable up to time of grouting. In all other cases, unless otherwise agreed with the engineer, tendon shall not be cropped less than 3 days after grouting. Contractor shall keep full records of all tensioning operations, including measured, extensions, pressure gauge, major extension, pressure gauge or load test, load cell readings and amount of pull in at each anchorage. Copies of these records or suitable forms shall be supplied to engineer within 24 hours of each tensioning operation. Tensioning pre-stressing wire shall meet required AWWA D110 and ACI 372 R. Grouting. Now it's grouting, which says grouting shall take effect only with written approval of engineer. All ducts shall be thoroughly cleaned by means of compressed air, and all anchorages shall be sealed before grouting. All ducts shall be thoroughly cleaned and means of compressed air, and all anchorages shall be sealed before grouting. Ducts shall be grouted as soon as practicable after tendons in them have been stressed. Ducts shall be grouted as soon as practicable after tendons in them have been stressed, and engineer's written permission to commence has been obtained. Grout shall be injected in one continuous operation and allowed to flow from vents until consistency is equivalent to that being injected. Maximum time between mixing and injection shall not exceed 30 minutes. I repeat this. This is ducts shall be grouted as soon as practicable after tendons in them have been stressed. As soon as practicable, ducts shall be grouted as soon as practicable after tendons in them have been stressed. And engineer's written permission to commence has been obtained. Grout shall be injected in one continuous operation and allowed to flow from vents until consistency is equivalent to that being injected. Maximum time between mixing and injection shall not affect, so like say 30 minutes. Duct shall be completely filled with grout. Vent shall be sealed consequently. In direction of flow and injection tube sealed under pressure. Injection tube sealed under pressure until grout is set. Fill duct shall be protected to satisfaction of here to ensure that they are not subject to shock or vibration for 1 day. 2 days later, after grouting, level of grout in injection and vent tubes shall be inspected and made good if necessary. Contractor shall keep full records of grouting, in injection and vent tubes shall be inspected and made good if necessary. So contract shall keep full records of grouting, including date each duct was grouted, proportions of grout and admixtures used, pressure details of interruptions and topping up required. Copies of this record shall be supplied to engineer within 3 days of grouting. Pre-stress wires shall be protected against corrosion. Pre-stress wires shall be protected against corrosion and other damage by shotcrete cover coat. Shotcrete cover coat meeting requirement of AWD 110 and ACI 372R shall be protected against corrosion. Grout mixer. Grout mixer. Grout mixer shall produce a grout of colloidal consistency. Colloidal consistency. Grout injector shall be capable of continuous operation with a sensibly constant pressure up to 0.7 MPa and shall include a system of circulating or agitating grout. Now, what I said that this 648. Grout mixer shall produce a grout of colloidal consistency. Grout injector shall be capable to continue operation with sensibly constant pressure up to 0.7 MPa and include a system of circulating or agitating grout whilst actual grouting is not in progress. Okay, this is SI. Says that grout injector shall be capable of continuously operation with a sensibly constant pressure up to 0.7 MPa and include a system of circulating or agitating grout whilst actual grouting is not in progress. All baffles to pump shall be successfully constant pressure up to 0.7 MPa and shall include a system of circulating of agitating grout whilst actual grouting is not in progress. All baffles to pump shall be fitted with sieve stainer size BS14. Equipment shall be capable of maintaining pressure. Too much already. Pressure gauges shall be contact on equipment shall be capable of maintaining pressure on completely grouted duct and shall be fitted with nozzle which can be locked off without loss of pressure in duct. Equipment shall be capable to maintain pressure on completely grouted duct and shall be fitted with a nozzle which can be locked off without loss of pressure. Loss of pressure. कि मैसेज है भाई मैं तंग आ गया मैसेज से ऐसे तंग आ गया. Pressure gauges shall be calibrated before they are first used in works and thereafter as required by engineer. All equipment shall be thoroughly washed with clean water at least once every 3 hours during grouting operations and at end of use for each day. Contractor shall ensure that standby grouting equipment is available in event of breakdown. Now, grout trials. Grout trials. Contractor shall carry out grouting trials to satisfaction of engineer before actual grouting taking place. Unless otherwise directed or agreed as a result of grouting trial, grout shall consist only of ordinary Portland cement, water and an approved expansion agent, having a water cement ratio as low as possible, consistent with necessary workability. Under no circumstances shall water cement ratio exceed 0.4. So, unless otherwise directed or agreed as a result of grouting trials, grout shall consist only of ordinary Portland cement, water and appropriate expansion agent, have a water cement ratio as low as possible, consistent with necessary workability. Under no circumstances shall water to cement ratio exceed 0.4, not be subject to bleeding in excess of 2%, not subject to bleeding in excess of 2% after 3 hours or 4% maximum when measured at 18 degrees Celsius and covered glass cylinder approximately 100 mm diameter with a height of approximately 100 mm, and water shall be reabsorbed after 24 hours. Hmm. I think it's last time now. So let's continue just a few minutes only. So it's not be subject to bleeding in excess of 2%. It says having water cement ratio, which said which is 0.4. Not be subject to bleeding in excess of 2% after 3 hours or 4% maximum when measured at 18 degrees Celsius in a covered glass cylinder approximately 100 mm diameter with a height of approximately 100 mm, and water shall be reabsorbed after 24 hours. And admixtures containing chlorides or nitrates shall not be used. So the restriction is no. Admixtures containing chlorides or nitrates shall not be used. Other admixtures shall be used only with written permission of engineer and shall be used strictly in accordance with manufacturer's instructions. Grout shall be mixed with for a minimum of 2 minutes and until a uniform consistency is obtained. Now we go to testing of water retaining structures, which is a very important part. I should finish, I think, this time. 12 pages not possible, 7 o'clock, it's not also a good time for taking up that because it's not even 1 hour left. So let's continue testing of water retaining structures. So let's continue this concrete. At least something will be done. Testing of water retaining structures. We continue concrete. Water retaining structures. What do you think about that? It's tedious, believe me. It's an important one, but tedious. Water retaining structures means structures where water is stored, and important point is concrete cannot take that much stress there where all the other structures where there is no water, those can take higher strength, higher stresses in those in those structures. So here water retaining is, it can be swimming pool, it can be it can be reservoir, it can be lagoon, or it can be anything where water is underground or below ground or above ground, where one side there is steel part, other one is water part, otherwise no water part is stress in where water is stored, that side is different, and while on other one is different. So there are varying stresses in steel as well as concrete, and most important is water tightness of that. And water tightness is real test that the water retaining structure has to conduct. That's most important. If it fails in water tightness test, means it's very problematic in that case. Whatever structure it could be, there's where big, sometimes on your big plants like facilities, we had one water retaining structure that's cooling, sea water cooling reservoir, basin you can see, and it's very big. Similarly, so many bodies of water are there, structural bodies where we use, and the tests are conducted, and these are tightness tests which take a lot of time to conduct. So let's see what this chapter of this testing of water retaining structures speak. This is BS 8, I think, very different code of BS it is. So concrete, testing of water retaining structures. Testing of water is a general. There's testing and there's testing procedure. What says testing of water retaining structures? General is scope, references, submittals general, and testing is general. Cleaning and testing procedure, walls, ropes, so disposal of water used for testing. So let us see what it says now. This part of specification applies to testing of structures that are designed with intention to retain water, and in part 1 is general, then part 13 is inspection and testing of hardened concrete, and part 14 is protective treatment for concrete. Now references are BS 8007, that's most important, 8007, Code of Practice for Design of Concrete Structures for Retaining of Aqueous Liquids. Code of Practice for Design of Concrete Structures for Retaining of Aqueous Liquids, and submittals are contractor shall record and submit to engineer within 24 hours results of water tightness tests carried out. General. Water retaining structures shall be watertight when subject to external groundwater pressure. Right? When subject to external groundwater pressure or to tests as specified in this part. Now, what is testing here? General. Contractor shall test water tightness of water retaining structures, including storage. Contractor shall test water tightness of structure with water retaining structures, including storage, reservoirs, and other miscellaneous structures that require to be watertight. All water used for testing shall be potable water, potable or irrigation water, and contractor shall make arrangements for supply and disposal of that quantity of water. Water retaining structures shall be tested for water tightness after completion in accordance with following methods or as directed by engineer. Structures shall be filled with potable or irrigation water. Structure shall be filled with potable or irrigation water in storage, not exceeding 1 meter in 24 hours. 1 meter in 24 hours storage means you cannot fill more than 1 meter depth in 24 hours. Held at each water level. Held at each water level for such time as engineer may require, or you can say should dampness or leakage occur, water shall be drawn off and defects remedied to satisfaction of engineer. In case of structures which are subdivided into individual tanks, first let us study again. A structure shall be filled with potable or irrigation water in stages not exceeding 1 meter in 24 hours, held at each water level for such time as engineer may require. Now, should dampness or leakage occur? Now, if you go to BS 8007, you will find so many issues there. We'll see that one. It's not given in this one, but there are BS 8007. They have to keep their water so many days and let it drain restrict. Autogenous healing has to affect. Autogenous handling, so many. I did that. Autogenous handling, then you have to wait for so many days and fill it, and again wait for so many days and take it out. What like that? There's no elements. There are so many procedures which I'll explain to you separately. If it's not given here, I'll let us see if it's given in further talks. It's not given, so no problem. Should dampness or leakage occur, water shall be drawn off and defects remedied to satisfaction of the engineer. In case of structures which are subdivided into individual tanks, each individual tank shall be tested separately. In case of underground or partially underground structures, testing shall take place before application of waterproofing membrane. Liner material or perimeter drain, filling material or backfilling is placed against the walls. Now, in case of hopper bottom tanks, this shall be taken to mean that no material is placed against vertical external walls of tank, sloping walls of hopper bottom of tanks being assumed built directly against excavation apart from blinding concrete. No placing of material against walls shall take effect until engineer has given written approval and acceptance of water retaining structures as watertight. Filling shall not take effect until earlier than 28 days. Filling shall not take effect until earlier than 28 days after casting of final sections of structure, which will be stressed by filling of structure. Testing shall not be undertaken until the structure to be tested has been completely structurally, including roof, if whatever, and has been passed by engineer in writing as satisfactory in all respects other than watertightness, especially in regard to final finish of work. Notwithstanding satisfactory completion of seven-day test, yes, 7-day test, notwithstanding satisfactory completion of 7-day test, leakage, cracks, and damp patches and sweating visible on outside faces of structures shall be rectified from water phase by an injection system to approval of engineer. Now again I read this one. Notwithstanding satisfactory completion of 7-day test, leakage, cracks, and damp patches and sweating visible on outside faces of structure shall be rectified from water phase by an injection system to approval of engineer. Repair making outer face only watertight will not be accepted. Repair making on outer face only watertight will not be accepted. This applies to bobbining holes also. Bobbin holes also. Now, structure shall be retested until water tightness is approved by engineer. Should a structure fail a test in above respects, contractor shall immediately take such steps as would be necessary to ascertain nature and positions of defects of leakage and empty structure remedy of defects in a manner approved by engineer, employing workers who are specialists in this class of work. When remedial work has been completed in manner approved by engineer, testing and if necessary rectification shall be repeated until a satisfactory test is achieved. If necessary, in extreme cases of lack of water tightness, in extreme cases of failure of water tightness, engineer may reject structure or portions thereof. Now cleaning. All water retaining structures shall on completion be carefully cleaned of all debris to complete satisfaction of engineer as follows. Shall be brushed down on all internal faces with a stiff broom while still dry. All resulting debris removed, all associated reservoir pipe work shall be cleaned in accordance with specification requirement. The structure shall then be flooded with approximately 75 mm of clean water. All internal faces shall be carefully brushed down with stiff brooms using water continuously until all faces are clean. So structure shall be filled or flooded with approximately 75 mm of clean water. Whole of internal faces shall be carefully brushed down and with stiff brooms using water continuously until all faces are clean. Water shall then be drained off walls and floors, hosed and flushed with clean water until perfectly clean. Walls and floors hosed and flushed with clean water until perfectly clean. Testing procedures. Valves now. My Mr. Raj, good morning. Welcome again. It's now 3 hours 26 minutes. Let's see what's happening here now. Testing procedure valves. I want to finish it possibly by conclude. It's 996 pages or 205. Possibly I can finish today. Valves testing procedure. After completion and cleaning of structure and all associated pipe work, contractor shall fill structure up to top water level and leave for a stabilizing period of 21 days in order to allow for absorption and autogenous healing to take effect. After completion and cleaning of structure and all associated pipe work, whatever, contractor shall fill structure up to top water level and leave for a stabilization period of 21 days in order to allow for absorption and autogenous healing to effect. Water shall be added over. Water shall be added over this period to maintain top water level. Contractor shall ensure that all pipes and specials are available in ample time ahead of testing. Two sets of evaporation trays. 2 sets of evaporation trays shall be provided. 2 sets of evaporation trays shall be provided along with 2 sets of rain gauges. 2 sets of evaporation trays shall be provided along with 2 sets of rain gauges. Labels in trays and structures. Labels in trays and structure shall be made and recorded by a hook gauge with vernier attachment. Before and during testing, flows in structure. Before and during testing, flows in structure under drainage, if whatever, shall be monitored, measured and recorded. Each under drain shall be numbered and observations reported by under drain number to facilitate analysis of data. All leaks shall be repaired within 1 month of their detection. On 22nd day, 2 shallow watertight evaporation trays. On 22nd day, 2 shallow watertight evaporation trays of area 0.4 meters square shall be filled with 75 mm of water and placed to float in structure. On 22nd day, 2 shallow watertight evaporation trays of area 0.4 meters square shall be filled with 75 mm of water and placed to float in structure. Water level in structure shall be recorded. Water level in structure shall be recorded. And test commenced and carried out on over next 7 days. Readings of water levels in structure and trays shall be made and recorded every 24 hours over this period. If water level in tank falls, by more than indicated by evaporation trace or other sign of leakage occurs by end of test period, contractor shall search and mark all areas of defect. If water level in tank falls by more than indicated by evaporation trace or other sign of leakage occurs by end of test period, contractor shall search and mark all areas of defects. Structure shall then be emptied and defects made good as specified herein. After completion of remedial measures, structure shall be refilled and test repeated. This process shall be repeated until the structure is watertight to satisfaction of engineer. Process shall be repeated until the structure is watertight to satisfaction of engineer. Fall of water level in the structure over test period of 7 days. Fall of water level in structure over period of 7 days minus fall accounted for by evaporation and rainfall shall not exceed 1 over 500 of average water depth of full structure or 10 mm, whichever is less. Fall of water level in structure over test period of 7 days minus fall accounted for evaporation by evaporation and rainfall shall not exceed 1 over 500 of average water depth of full structure or 10 mm, whichever is less. Roof of structures shall be tested for water tightness before laying of roof membrane. Roof and fittings shall be hosed down. Roof and fittings shall be hosed down vigorously, and this shall be repeated in such a way as to keep roof wet for 3 successive days. Roof and fittings shall be deemed satisfactory for water tightness if no discernible leakage or damp patches show in soffit. Roof coverings shall be completed as soon as possible after testing. Disposal of water used for testing. Contractor shall provide suitable means for disposal of water used for testing such that no damage results in facilities, structures or property. These means shall be subject to approval of engineer and local authorities. Details shall be submitted to engineer on request. Contractor shall be responsible for damage caused. Now, contractor shall provide suitable means for disposal of water used for testing such that no damage caused to facilities or structural property. These means shall be subject to approval of engineer and local authorities. Details shall be submitted to engineer on request. Contractor shall be responsible for damage caused by filling, testing, flushing and wastewater disposal operations. Now, personal qualifications and certification. This is this chapter. Personal qualifications and certifications. And what are personal qualifications and certifications? Then the general, auditors, ready mix concrete companies, technical department, production and operation departments, testing laboratories, concrete testing laboratory department, contractors, concrete construction department, consultants, site supervision department, and site supervision design office department. So, personal qualification and certifications. General qualification requirement given in this page. What I take before I go further. qualification requirements given in part are optional unless otherwise mentioned below. Purpose of qualification is to prepare industry to cope with required quality of construction. Requirements will become compulsory as and when stated by Qatar standards. Qualifications shall be approved by Qatar standards or their representatives, auditors. Qatar standards auditors and their approved representatives shall be qualified for inspecting concrete ready-mix plants and testing laboratories. Ready-mix concrete companies, technical department position, technical manager or QC managers, qualification, concrete specification review and concrete mixture proportion. Concrete constituent materials, their characteristics and effects on concrete properties. Fresh and hardened concrete properties, durability of concrete, production and delivery of ready-mix concrete, handling, placing and curing of concrete, specifying and evaluation of concrete strength, testing of concrete and its constituents, quality control procedures and statistical analysis, hot weather concreting, troubleshooting concrete problems. Position, site supervisor. This was, I just explained before, this position technical manager. This is for technical manager. I repeat again because this is an important one. What he has to do actually, this is job description. In fact, this is called qualification. Concrete specification review and concrete mixture proportion. This is capability one should have. Concrete constituent materials, their characteristics and effects on concrete properties, fresh and hardened concrete properties, durability of concrete, production and delivery of ready-mix concrete, handling, placing and curing of concrete, specifying and evaluation of concrete strength, testing of concrete and its constituents, quality control procedures and statistical analysis, hot weather concreting, troubleshooting concrete problems. Then site supervisor. This is qualifications. Supervisors shall be capable of satisfactory reading, understanding and performing below fresh concrete tests. BSEN 12350-1 testing fresh concrete sampling. ASTM C1064/C1064MT the temperature of freshly mixed hydraulic cement concrete. BSEN 12350-2 testing fresh concrete slump test. BSEN 12350-6 testing fresh concrete density. BSEN 12390-2 testing hardened concrete, making and curing specimen for strength test. ASTM C1611-C1611M standard test method for slump flow of self-consolidating concrete. Position lab supervisor now. Qualifications. Supervisors shall be capable of satisfactory reading, understanding and performing below fresh and hardened concrete tests. BSEN 12350-1 testing fresh concrete sampling. ASTM C1064/C1064M temperature of freshly mixed hydraulic cement concrete. BSEN 12350-2 testing fresh concrete slump test. BSEN 12350-6 testing fresh concrete density. BSEN 12350-7 testing fresh concrete air content pressure method. BSEN 12390-2 testing hardened concrete, making and curing specimens for strength tests. ASTM C1611/C1611M standard test for slump flow of self-consolidating concrete. BSEN 12390-3 testing hardened concrete, compressive strength of test specimen. BSEN 1932-1 aggregates method of sampling. BSEN 932-2 aggregate method of reducing laboratory samples. And BSEN 933-1 aggregates determination of particle size distribution and dust content. BSEN 1097-6 aggregates determination of particle density and water absorption. BSEN 1097-3 aggregates determination of loose bulk density and voids. ASTM C566 method of determination of moisture content. Position senior site technician compulsory if requested by engineer. Site technician. Technician shall be capable of satisfactorily performing below fresh concrete. BSEN 12350-1 testing fresh concrete sampling. ASTM C1064/C1064 temperature of freshly mixed hydraulic cement concrete. BSEN 12350-2 testing fresh concrete slump test. BSEN 12350-6 testing fresh concrete density. BSEN 12390-2 testing hardened concrete, making and curing specimens for strength test. ASTM C1611/C161M standard test method for slump flow of self-consolidating concrete. Position lab technicians compulsory if requested by engineer. Qualifications: technician shall be capable of satisfactorily performing below fresh and hardened concrete test. BSEN 12350-1 testing fresh concrete sampling. ASTM C1064/C1064M temperature of freshly mixed hydraulic cement concrete. BSEN 12350-2 testing fresh concrete slump test. BSEN 12350-6 testing fresh concrete density. BSEN 12350-7 testing fresh concrete air content pressure. So we now go to testing. This is technician shall be capable of satisfactorily performing below fresh and hardened concrete test. This is BSEN 12350-1 test fresh concrete sampling with ASTM C1064/C1064 temperature of freshly mixed hydraulic cement concrete. So these are repetitions of numbers, no problem. BSEN 12350-2 testing fresh concrete slump test. BSEN 12350-6 testing fresh concrete density. BSEN 12350-7 testing fresh concrete all air content pressure method. BSEN 12390-2 testing hardened concrete, making and curing specimens for strength test. ASTM C1611/C1611M standard test method for slump flow or self-consolidating concrete. BSEN 12390-3 testing hardened concrete, compressive strength of field test. Then it is, what I was, I'm sorry, ASTM, where was it? I think I missed someone. Where was something, I think making and curing specimen for air content pressure method. Then BSEN 12390-2 testing hardened concrete, making and curing specimen for strength test. ASTM C1611/C1611 standard test method for slump flow of self-consolidated concrete. BSEN 12390-3 testing hardened concrete, compressive strength of test specimen. BSEN 1932-1 aggregates method of sampling. BSEN 932-2 aggregates method of reduction ability samples. BSEN 933-1 aggregates determination of particle size distribution and dust contents. BSEN 1097-6 aggregates determination of particle size density and water absorption. Then BSEN 1097-3 aggregate determination of loose bulk density and voids. And ASTM C566 method of determination of moisture content. Production and operation department. Position plant/production/operation manager and or supervisor. Qualifications. Properties of concrete and its constituents, materials management, plant design, function and maintenance, and batching operations, procedures and dispatching, material management and inventory, safety, regulations and procedures. Plant operator. Qualifications, basic concrete properties and characteristics of its constituents, scales, meters and batching sequence and control system, central mixing and discharging, tolerances, overweights, underweight controls, troubleshooting, scales, gates and other plant components, safety process. Testing laboratory. Concrete laboratory department. Position, laboratory manager, QC manager. Qualifications, concrete specification review and concrete mixture proportioning. Concrete constituent materials, their characteristics and effects on concrete properties. Fresh and hardened concrete properties. Durability of concrete. Production and delivery of ready-mix concrete. Handling, placing and curing of concrete. Evaluation of concrete strength, testing of concrete and its constituents, quality control procedures and statistical analysis, hot weather concreting, troubleshooting concrete problems, and supervisor. Supervisor qualifications shall be capable of satisfactory reading, understanding and performing below fresh and hardened concrete test. BSEN 12350-1 testing freshly concrete sampling, fresh concrete sampling, ASTM C1064/C1064M temperature of freshly mixed hydraulic cement concrete. BSEN 12350-2 testing fresh concrete slump test. BSEN 12350-6 testing fresh concrete density. BSEN 12350-7 testing fresh concrete air content pressure method. BSEN 12390-2 testing hardened concrete making and curing specimens for strength test. ASTM C1611/C1611M standards test methods for slump flow of self-consolidating concrete. BSEN 12390-3 testing hardened concrete compressive strength of test operation test specimens. BSEN 932-1 aggregates methods of sampling. BSEN 932-2 aggregates method of reducing laboratory samples. BSEN 933-1 aggregate content, determination of particle size, distribution and dust contents. BSEN 1097-6 aggregate determination of particle size and water absorption. BSEN 1097-3 aggregates determination of loose bulk dust and stuff. Then ASTM C56 method of determination of moisture content. Position technician compulsory if required by engineer. Technician compulsory. Quality technician shall be capable of satisfactorily performing below fresh and hardened concrete tests. BSEN 12350-1 testing fresh concrete sampling. ASTM C1064/1 C1064M temperature of freshly mixed hydraulic cement concrete. BSEN 12350-2 testing freshly concrete fresh concrete slump test. BSEN 12350-6 testing fresh concrete density. BSEN 12350-7 testing fresh concrete air content pressure method. BSEN 12390-2 testing hardened concrete making and curing specimen for strength test. And ASTM C1611/C1611M standard test method for slump flow of self-consolidating concrete. And BSEN 12390-3 testing hardened concrete compressive strength of test specimen. BSEN 932-1 aggregates method of test sampling. BSEN 932-2 aggregates methods of deducing laboratory samples. BSEN 1933-1 aggregates determination of particle size, distribution of and dust content. And BSEN 1097-6 aggregate determination of particle density and water absorption. BSEN 1097-3 aggregates determination of loose bulk blends tea and water, and voids ASTM C566 method of determination of moisture content. And then contractors. Contractors means concrete construction department. Site engineer, this is for site engineer. Site engineer shall be capable of satisfactorily reading, understanding and performing below fresh concrete tests. BSEN 12350-1 testing fresh concrete sampling, ASTM C1064/C1064M temperature of freshly mixed hydraulic cement concrete, BSEN 12350-2 testing fresh concrete slump test, BSEN 12350-6 testing fresh concrete density, BSEN 12350-7 testing fresh concrete air content pressure method, and BSEN 12390-2 testing hardened concrete making and curing specimen for strength test, ASTM C1611/C1611M standard method for slump flow of self-consolidating concrete. Position QC manager, QC engineer, material engineer. Qualification. Concrete specification reviews and concrete mixture proportioning, concrete constituent materials, their characteristics and effects on concrete properties, fresh and hardened concrete properties, durability of concrete, production and delivery of ready mixed concrete, handling, placing and curing of concrete, specifying and evaluating of concrete strength, testing of concrete and its constituents, quality control procedures and statistical analysis, hot weather concreting and troubleshooting concrete problems. Consultants. Now we're talking consultants. Site supervisor, site supervising department. Position, site inspector, material inspector. Qualifications, site engineer shall be capable of satisfactory reading, understanding and performing below fresh concrete tests. BSEN 12350-1 testing fresh concrete sampling, ASTM C1064/C1064M temperature of freshly mixed hydraulic cement concrete, BSEN 12350-2 testing fresh concrete slump test, BSEN 12350-6 testing fresh concrete density, BSEN 12390-2 testing hardened concrete making and curing specimens for strength test. ASTM C1611/C1611M standard test method for slump flow of self-consolidating concrete. Site supervision, design office department, material engineer. Qualifications, concrete specification, review and concrete mixture proportioning. Concrete constituent materials, their characteristics and effects of concrete properties. Fresh and hardened concrete properties, durability of concrete. Production and delivery of ready-mix concrete, handling, placing and curing of concrete, specifying and evaluation of concrete strength, testing of concrete and its constituents. Quality control procedures and statistical analysis, hot weather concreting, troubleshooting concrete problems. So, gentlemen, this was our Qatar specification for concrete. What we have gone through this, just have a review of 2-3 minutes. This is very important specification of concrete that can change, quality. That is, if it's applied, this can change so many things. So in this we have gone through various changes here, and you can say, let us see what we have learned. In these specifications we have gone through, let me go back, so that is last page I was telling you. In this we have gone through part 1, Just we will go through that journal in which we have studied introduction is scope, that is general introduction, scope, references, definitions, approved products, implementation, approved installers, field quality control, rejected matters records, etc. We have gone through this in this scope. Part 1 general, in which we are going to part 2 aggregates. So part 1 is general, part 2 is aggregate. Aggregate means fine aggregate, coarse aggregate. Part 3 is cementitious materials. Cementitious material, not cement alone. This means PFA, GGBS. Part 4 is water. Part 5 is admixture. Part 6 is property requirements. And part 7 is concrete plants. Part 8 is transportation and placing of concrete. Part 9 is formwork. Part 10 is curing. Part 11 is reinforcement. Part 12 is construction joints. Part 13 inspection and testing of hardened concrete. Part 14 protective coatings to concrete. And part 15 hot weather concrete. Part 16 is miscellaneous. Part 17 is precast concrete. Part 18 is pre-stressed concrete. Part 19 is water retaining structures. And there are various sections in that. In this one there are many sections. For example, general is this section, and section 2 is quality assurance and quality control. Then section 4 is foundations and retaining structures. Then section 6 is road works, and section 8 is drainage works, and section 9 is mechanical and electrical equipment. This is different types of sections are given in this. Now, why I'm considering about the concrete as far as concerned, these parts are there, references are various references are there, definitions are there. Definition, for example, I'm just giving a reference only, degrees Celsius, calories, centimeters, they are etc. defined there, which is not much important to you because you know all that. And approved products, implementation, approved installers, field quality control, like that is given. And what is in the rejected metals, all this is given in this specification. Important part of what we have in the sequence, as I explained to you just now, sequence of that is, in this is we learnt about this aggregates, how to ensure aggregates, then cementitious materials, and then water, then admixtures, the property requirements, concrete plants, transportation, placing of concrete, of formwork, the site work means, then curing and reinforcement, construction joints, inspection and testing of hardened concrete, and protective coatings to concrete, and hot weather concrete, and miscellaneous, and precast concrete, pre-stressed concrete, and water retaining structures. All this we have gone through in this concrete volume, specification of concrete, which I think is very important to every engineer and every engineer of this world and our country. Concrete specifications. It doesn't matter that which they are using, you should know, facts you should know what concrete is. That's more important rather than referring to the nation. So this is standard international specification actually. This Qatar is international specification, and I try to depend on this. It's a very important part. It's an important part of this one, and that's all I said that in this case we depended on this, and these are very important points, and we should understand what we are talking of. Then we can say hot weather concrete is very important. Let's see means what are the important facts in this. The aggregates. What is this nonsense here? Why this person? What these people want, I don't understand. Don't necessarily call him. Hello? We have to understand in this means what actually we study. That's very important part. All this we studies all relate to works. Means this is not for entertainment but technical knowledge. Without aggregates we can't understand concrete makes. Without cementitious metal we can't see how concrete can be produced. Without water we can't see how it can be mixed. This we basics we know. Admixtures depend on which techniques we use for purpose of various enhancement of properties, various variations of properties. Then property requirements, they say same thing. Concrete plants means how to get concrete in, that's very important part. Then transport is a very important part. You see, without transport you can't, until it reaches site, you can't use it. In place actually is. Then form is so important part. Form we have to understand is right forming, strong form. And then curing is further more important than that. Then reinforcement, which is everything is, without reinforcement concrete cannot be called RCC. So reinforcement is a must. And construction joints, which is movement of concrete, we have to control, and inspection and testing hardened concrete, which is finally we agree with this concrete is acceptable or this is not acceptable. Then protective coatings to concrete, protective coatings to concrete means the underground coating, underground protection, the below ground protection, above ground protection. We have to ensure how to protect concrete from mobility of water. When water below ground reaches concrete, how it can harm with chlorides and sulfates out from top, how can avoid weather by carbonation, by some reason of chloride penetration, how can the concrete, we have to ensure that one. Then that's called protective coating to concrete apply means above ground protection called silicon or some other water, whatever it is, when protection coating, the hot weather comes with another important part, which is how to control when the temperature is 45 degrees or 40 degrees. So where definition of hot weather is definition of this and that, what temperature we have to consider shade temperature, or what temperature we can say this should be range between this and that, and how to hold batching plant workable for hot weather conditions using ice pieces or chilled water, or what we have to do. That we have gone through all that in the specification. And then miscellaneous items of very many items in precast concrete study, just like precast concrete and pre-stress concrete have been today. Then water retaining structure, which is much more important now, because water retaining is a very important part, takes a lot of time of testing of water. Water tightness is very important factor which is required now. That part we have to understand very well. Means it's not that much, it's not as easy as you understand. It's very important part. So why I say that we have gone through this difficult stage of concrete specification. Concrete, as I say, it's an important specification, exclusive specification of world of concrete. You should say it's the world of concrete. It's not simply material. It's the world of concrete, which applies everywhere in all structures, water structures or not water structures, dry structures, or whatever structure you have to use concrete somewhere here. Except in very light structures, you cannot say. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking, they say, structural framing is required, three-dimensional frame is required, or where in addition to means a structural framing is where complete columns, beams, framing, foundations, roofing, or whatever sort of you have to do, piling, or means mass concrete, you can say, not small concrete. Concrete quantity is very important, where it works for decades to come. I'm not talking about very small concrete, I'm talking of structural concrete which serves public. The limited state method of, or you can say limited state of serviceability or limited state of ultimate, where it works, that part is very important. I could be successful, maybe or may not be, I do not know, but I try to explain all these 21 talks, all these 21 chapters in the specifications. 21 is last one, which is 20, I think 20th is last one, which are regarding staff, means qualification of staff. And others are technical, and these are means there are so many codes are involved in this, which are British codes, European codes, and Gulf codes, and many codes are there. And we understand now these talks have been very useful as far as I understand for those who are just learning or just coming into field, or those who are already in field but they could not find time to read these documents, or who are thought not required, we manage for them. These talks can help. You will be driving your car, you will be sitting somewhere, just put on these talks and listen, that's enough. You need not go to any book to understand that. Don't open any book. Sometimes listening works rather than reading and writing. It can help you if you want to seek help from this talk. That's up to you. I am no one to advise you or force you to do that, because I don't want to force you. I have tried to explain to you this talk in many videos. This specification, concrete specifications of Qatar, and that is very reliable part. I know Qatar. I know next to Iraq, this is most important country where systems were organized and where quality was to some extent maintained. I cannot say about every country, but where I worked, I can only say I have seen other countries also where quality is not of that much considerations, except if you go to oil plants where ADNOC or this QN, what's this called, Qatar Petroleum, QP. Generally, they are also very stiff as far as specifications are concerned. Same thing. This is a part of Qatar civil specifications. It's better if you know this and if you understand this. So I would like to close it now because just pulling and forcing you to listen unnecessarily is not. And in addition to, I could not start today also FIDIC. No problem. Now I'll take up another specification of QCS, that is general one, and also FIDIC moving same time. From next talks I will do that. With this I like to close it because it's already late and we can't wait so much for this. So I'll say thank you, Mr. Chaudhary Raju. Thank you very much and thank you for joining. And I say, okay, those who take interest fine, those who don't take interest fine, it's up to them. Nobody can force anybody. It's your, I like to close this video now with your permission, of course, because this talk is over. Thank you very much for this successful talk. I hope it's successful and